And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate every single one of you coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. And tonight we have some different things to talk about, and in the news, there seems to be chaos regarding the Epstein situation that we've been covering the past few days. Also, we have been talking about other things in the news. There seems to be more conflict in the Middle East starting to happen, and we will we'll see how it all turns out over time. There's two trials on today that we saw, and it was pretty cool. And now I'm going to switch over. All right. So, hello everybody. It's me, Alien Spaceship. I hope everybody is having a good evening, a good day, and because we were in the middle of the week. There's gonna be some tropical stuff coming my way, but everything will be fine. And also, the so regarding the Epstein news is that Trump has lashed out at the supporters of his that support the disclosure of the Epstein situation. He said that they're weaklings. Allegedly, it seems. I don't have the exact quote, but he said something to that effect. And there seems to be a MAGA civil war going on, and a lot of people all over the political spectrum are wanting these files to be released. And I'm glad that we've been covering it the past few days. It's been pretty cool. It's a very disturbing subject, but it's been nice with friends figuring out this problem and discussing things with each other. Yeah, so it is not a good look for the administration the way it was handled. There is some different theories that there's different people that are responsible for it not working out. About some people think that Tulsi would have more information about it that Bondi wouldn't have, and she allegedly may have not have released the information to her because Bondi wouldn't have the information from the higher ups. So it could be something higher up that is causing this problem. Possibly, some are saying. And then over in, yeah, hello Moki, it's great to see you. Over in the Middle East, there is Israel has struck Syria, and this is causing a lot of drama in the media too. There could be issues with people think there could be issues with relations between the other countries. You don't really know how that's going to turn out. Yeah, so it seems like everything's heating up. And Moki, it's nice seeing you. I know the trial chats aren't what they used to be. Where at the moment where there seems to be a break or a space where there's nothing going on in the usual channel, but Trial TV Live, shout to them, has done very well covering the trial that's going on, which I've been watching it somewhat, but I'm not completely familiar with it, but I kind of have an idea what's going on with it. Oh, my hat. You see, my hat is over here. It's right here. Right here. This shirt that I'm wearing, I felt would it would go with the hat, but I wanted to try it. I think it would look fine, but usually it's like without the hat. It's usually the shirt would go without it, but the shirt would go with the hat though. So that was like my logic with it. But yeah, the hat's fine. It's right here, and I don't mind putting it on. But usually I like wearing the hat because of the alien emoji it has right here. That's why I wear the hat. I've not done a stream in a very long time without the hat, but yeah, this is a different shirt I'm wearing. I thought it would, because usually always feel the hat would go with the hoodie, but it would go with this also. It's fine either way. Thank you, Moki. I appreciate that. Very sweet of you to say. And yeah, what we've been covering on the channel while you weren't around, we went through the Epstein. It was a couple hours. We went through the Epstein stuff with Maxwell and the there is a mansion he has over in New Mexico that we were looking into. Just kind of going over different theories about it and more information on him. And it is extremely. It's been a great journey with the friends. Although it's a dark topic, it's been a great thing with the friends. Yeah, it just with Prince Andrew's allowed to travel again, and we're talking about not Chris Andrew, but uh, yeah, Prince Andrew, how he was able to travel again, but he was responsible likely for Virginia. Now you have been with me with the when I talk about Epstein because we've been talking about it for a while, but we went in like one of the daytime streams during the day. We went through like a quite a bit of things, so just kind of catch you up on like what we are talking about. Not too different, but it was some stuff that was quite interesting to that wasn't mentioned to you before. Moki says, I'm not saying it's aliens, but alien shirt on. Oh, oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. And yeah, shout out to Giorgio Tsoukalos. He's a meme in the alien community, quite a bit. And I actually my hair is quite eclectic. My hair looks similar to him sometimes, where it's like bushy looking, or it could be like kind of more straighter like this. Yeah, so I can even like look like that guy a little bit. Thank you, Zoe. I'm glad that you like the look I have. I go back and forth with the different, you know, the different outfits that I wear, and this shirt. Shout out to Mary Toodle. She gifted me the shirt. I wanted to have it because I've been having it. I don't wear it anywhere, so I wanted to wear it here because I haven't been anywhere in a long time. Thank you, Zoe. I appreciate the compliment. Yeah, so we're gonna get into this stuff. I'm gonna show this meme about what I'm talking about. Because although the hat is right here, as I said, it's right here. It's right here. It's been a long time since I've not worn the hat. It's been a long time. Because I have these outfits I could just wear on the stream. Because I am doing things, going to places usually online, as you all know. Thank you, Zoe. Okay, so these memes right here. Let's see the. Okay, so this is the memes that I'm talking about. Yeah, the alien guy from History Channel. Scared. And I'm so glad to see y'all. It's been a while since I've seen some of y'all because of the streaming schedule. And as always says, Smokey, how you doing? You're not for you. Yeah, Roswell crash, aliens texting. Yeah. Well, y'all can't even completely see it at the scroll up. Okay, there you go. You can see it now. All right, so Moki says lots of space stuff. New planet. Ah, I figured they're gonna release my favorite planet at some point. They're gonna talk more about it. Mega Earth or something. Whistleblowers saying there's a base on dark side of the moon. Now, okay, thank you, Moki. I appreciate that. And yeah, there's been talk about different planets in our solar system for quite a while, and there's conspiracy theories about it. And I'm glad to see that they're talking about that more because with social media and the internet, we're able to show more information on aliens. It's not good. Okay, there's some turbulence with the connection because of the weather. By the way, the weather's causing some turbulence. I have some tropical weather coming my way, so it's acting a little bit silly sometimes the connection, but I'm still here. Yeah, because with the new planets, I'm glad to hear about that, Moki. Thank you for the update about it. And going over the newest thing in the Epstein meltdown, which we're going to talk about the aliens and planets also. So going over the Epstein meltdown. Yeah, so Epstein had a ranch. It wasn't a mansion, by the way. Yeah, so Trump lashes out, and he has called his fan base weaklings who believe in the Epstein BS. So this is not going to go well for, so this basically there's been an escalation with the Epstein files not being released because of the conspiracy theories, and then the BS. He's calling it the BS, and it's continuing to escalate, and it's getting worse, and it's going to be an epic meltdown with the files regarding the situation. So that's something I've been keeping up with, and I'll go into that for a moment, and then I'll talk about the planet stuff that Moki was mentioning too. All right, here we go. Oh, there's all kinds of news and stuff about this, where people have, on the news, they were talking about the different clips about how they're going to release these files, but nobody's releasing anything. They made a series of clips about it, so it's been quite epic to see all this crashing down. Moki said it's 110, and Zoe says, yuck, it's 98 here in Pennsylvania. Not as bad where you are, though. Where I am, it's tropical right now, where there's a lot of storms, and it's cloudy. It's not as hot right now, but it's very rainy and stormy. So the update about the Epstein saga is this. President Trump is accusing some of his one-time supporters. I know now they are saying they are coming out. I'll believe it when I see it. Right. Understood. President Trump is accusing some of his one-time supporters of being weaklings who are falling for prey to the Democratic BS that the late six offender Jeff Epstein concluded that he no longer wants their support. The message was the clearest sign yet of the cracks emerging in President's coalition, many of whom are loudly demanding more information about the disgraced financier, has the subject of myriad conspiracies since his deletion by suicide in 2019, and some of his allies don't appear to be listening with the Republican Congress, taking steps Wednesday morning to potentially force the Justice Department to release more documents, declaring that the Democrats have struck pay dirt on the Epstein scandal and Trump is his political opponents were using the issue to attack him. Allegedly, quote, there's a new scam, what we forever call the Epstein hoax, and the past supporters have bought into this BS. Hook, line, and sinker, Trump wrote in a massive on Truth Social. They haven't learned their lesson and probably never will, even after being conned by the lunatic left for 8 long years. The problem is that people have is there could have been a poor choice of wording. There could have been a misunderstanding. It's just when they were saying that they were having these files on the desk and that they're going to release everything and be transparent, and they say they don't exist, it just looks suspicious. It could have been worded differently, in my opinion. If this is not really what they meant. So this is a big elephant in the room about the situation. It's a little bit different where it's very tricky. Very tricky. Trump said on the Epstein controversy, rolling now more than a week after his Justice Department announces in a memo there was no Epstein client list, and it didn't plan to release any more documents, and the investigation was distracting from the success of his presidency. Quote, I have more success in 6 months than perhaps any president in our country's history, and all people want to talk about with strong prodding by fake news and success starved Democrats is the Jeff Epstein hoax. He wrote, let these weaklings continue forward and the Democrat work. Zoe says, when some of these victims were interviewed about 6 or 7 years ago, they were asked about Trump, and the girls said they never saw him there. Right. And that is good. That is a good thing. And people are I've heard different things online. You know, the internet, you have all kinds of different people saying different things. Okay, so there's people that are saying that some victims claim that he was involved with it, but as I said, I'm not accusing him of that, and nor is there really strong like proof or evidence that he was involved with it. But yeah, that's good that they say that he wasn't in, he wasn't there. You know, maybe the Clintons were involved. You know, I'd say they probably were there or involved with it, in my opinion, possibly. But yeah, this it could. It seems like it's murky either way. It's just people think it's suspicious that if there is a client list, they're not releasing it. Now, there's other theories that there's higher ups that are withholding more information. You know, that they have released information because there's theories that Epstein was some sort of a CIA asset, allegedly, and if they release more information about him, they're going to expose more deeper government corruption that they don't want released, allegedly. I don't know that for certain. And Zoe says because if the left had dirt on him, they would have used it already. Something bigger is happening. Exactly, Zoe. And some people think that the other side has people in their group that was on the list too. And if both sides had people on the list, they all would get exposed. That's something some people are saying. I'm not accusing Trump of anything, but that is just a conspiracy theory, allegedly. As I said, that just there's not enough. There's all these different conspiracy theories because no one knows the answer, so they have to. Their mind's running wild. Thank you, Zoe, for your commentary. And Moki says Kevin Spacey tweeted, "Release the list. True story." Yeah. Trump. Tom says if there was something really incriminating about Trump, Biden would have been happy to release it. Yeah, and that is a good point, and that may be very well be true. And just some people think that both sides are on the list, so if they exposed Trump's group, they would have to expose themselves too because they have both sides on the list, allegedly. I'm not saying he himself's on the list. I don't even know if he knows anything about what's on the list. It could be something even higher up, but beyond him. Allegedly, Tulsi would have more information on this, and Pam Bondi would not really have as much information. So maybe Tulsi would be the one that would know more, apparently, according to some. And maybe he doesn't even. It could be things deep in the government that are hiding things that they don't even know about. Like a lot of the front men you see aren't really the people in charge. There's people behind the scenes that might be withholding information. But that's a good point. As I said, it's suspicious. People think that he's not releasing information that allegedly may be there. Now maybe the files were destroyed. Maybe there wasn't a list, but it was wrong for them to say there was a list and they were going to release it because it looks like they were lying about it. Either they're lying about there was a list in the first place, or they're lying and saying there wasn't a list. It's a tricky situation here. So right, the media is wrong when they say that MAGA is just going along with this, right? And Tom says, "Okay, tomorrow is going to be a choice because the sentencing hearing will be on, and I will probably watch that." Okay. Okay, so and the Democrats' work don't even think about taking off our incredible and unprecedented success because I don't want them to support anymore. Their support anymore. The angry message was Trump's strongest rebuke of his own supporters, many of whom had been vocally furious about the administration's handling of the Epstein matter. Later in the day, the president struck a softer tone from the Oval Office saying that the Attorney General Bondi could release any more credible files, but still decrying some stupid and foolish Republicans who were harping on the issue. If it's all a Democrat hoax, what is Maxwell in jail for? Right. Exactly. Exactly, Tom. That is something that has been brought up. If it was just a hoax that everybody made up, why why is she in jail? Another thing that I want to mention is that they were saying there was a list. So they either made it up as a tactic to get elected, or there is a list and it had to be sequestered because of the powers that be. Yeah, so and look, I want to say that he has done a lot of good with like the farms. They're taking it back from communist China. He has, today he did something with fentanyl. There was a fentanyl situation happening in the country, so he was able to sign something to prosecute people that are spreading fentanyl. I don't want to downplay anything that he's done in a righteous way. So the fentanyl plague should be stopping, and also the farm should be more in our country's corner now. But I will say it is a bit of a tarnishing on the reputation if they're either lying about the files in the first place to get elected, or if there is a files they're not releasing. That is also an elephant in the room too. So I don't want to I'm not trying to downplay anything that he did that was right. I'm just using this from a logical perspective and having an open discussion about it. Okay. Moki said, "Me too. I get a little afraid to chat in the other one." Right. And Moki says, "It's nice chat, but you can only say so much without offending someone. I can't say what I really think." Scared. Zoe said, "She's convicted for grooming and trafficking, so things are there." That is true. And also, not Todd. Tom says, right, there were predators. Maybe the list has been scrubbed, but Maxwell and Epstein were servicing someone. And yeah, and thank you, Zoe and Tom, for your insight on this. It's a good balancing of different views. Thank you, because we want to get to the bottom of what could be going on, um, the truth. Facts. I still trust Trump, and we'll see. And Zoe, there's something else that was being said that's possible, that there was a situation where there might be still things under investigation, and they may not want to sway public opinion too much because maybe they'll release it later. Maybe there's other reasons. It doesn't look too good yet right now. Yeah, and I still support him, and I am clear about the things he's done right. I do have suspicions about this situation, and I think it's not even up to him. There could be higher ups that don't want it released, or they're releasing it later. It depends. Yeah. So, as I said, I want to be cautious and not have like a herd mentality, but at the same time have logical understanding about this situation at hand. Yeah, I think I agree, chat. I think he may be making mistakes, but at the same time, I will be open for that opinion to be refuted if people wanted to refute it. Yeah, I think there will be mistakes being made, definitely. All right, and continuing on with the article is while Trump has dismissed the controversy as sordid and uninteresting before his post on Wednesday, he hadn't gone as far as disavowing some of his Sanchez allies who continue to press for more information. And as of Tuesday, these allies notably included the House Speaker Mike Johnson, who, in an interview with the right wing influencer Benny Johnson, called for more transparency into the matter, saying we should put everything out there and let people decide on it. And Wednesday afternoon, he reiterated for transparency but echoed Trump's line that only credible information should be publicly released. All right, Moki. And Tom says he wants to snap his fingers and everyone just moves on. If we did that, we would be in a cult the left accused of being. And Zoe said, I agree. He was doing so well about the transparency, but he made a big fumble with this one. Understood. Understood. And Mike Pence, Trump's former vice president, said that the interview with CBS News that, quote, the time has come for the administration to release all of the files regarding Jeffrey Epstein's investigation and prosecution. Quote, whether or not the facts justify the charges, I think anyone who participated was associated with the despicable man ought to be held up in public scrutiny, Pence said. Pence added. I gotta read that one again. That was pretty interesting. And Mike Pence, Trump's former vice president, said in an interview that the time has come for the administration to release the files regarding Jeffrey Epstein, investigation and prosecution. Whether or not the facts justify the charges, I think anyone who participated or was associated with a despicable man ought to be held public scrutiny, Pence added. And there are signs and drama in the House escalating even further. Rep. Majorly Taylor Greene is now working to force a vote on the floor that would require that the Justice Department release the Epstein-related documents. She joined Rep. Thomas Macy, a fellow Republican hardliner and a frequent Trump agitator, on the push which will use congressional workaround known as discharge pension to try to defy party leaders and force a vote with Democrats help that would require at least 218 signatures from the House lawmakers to move forward. Another Trump friend turned foe, Elon Musk, gave the thumbs up to the efforts on Wednesday. And chat saying Zoe says, yep, but he made a promise and want that maybe there's national security issues. Who knows? He better start talking. Tom says there probably are. It would probably burn a lot of powerful people, but the administration promised it. He sure did. It makes people question him now. This is a bad move on his part. Now, there are some conspiracy theories that some people have been saying online that that Epstein could have been very tied to Mossad or was some sort of agent for CIA or had something to, or some very powerful people and officials were tied to him allegedly. And I think that, so basically I think that if there was some truth to something like that being true, they wouldn't want more of our government to be seen as corrupted. And I'm not against Israel, but people think that maybe Israel would be corrupted if he was involved with them too, which that's a conspiracy theory. So it could be very deep into that. There could be movie stars, there could be politicians, household names that could be involved that they don't want to be seen. It would show a deeper thing that they don't want released. And as I said, Trump himself may not even be completely aware of everything. There could be higher ups that might want it sequestered. As I said, I don't. These are just theories that I've been seeing on the internet floating around to give you all some context. I've been researching everywhere. I was up tonight. I was up till the break of dawn as usual, and I was researching all this different stuff. That there could be all kinds of people involved that they don't want released, and there seems to be, from what I read, that Epstein could have been assisted in his self-deletion, but it does make sense for Epstein to want to delete himself if he was going to go to jail, but he was going to be giving bail, and he was going to go and talk about these different things and expose people. So I do think it was somebody did something to him, and I don't know why. They're just the powers that be don't want it released. Maybe something could have been destroyed. There could be some other tactic where it could be a national security threat, as Zoe said. There could be an investigation going on where they don't want to have a public opinion sway a jury about something. It could be a variety of different things, or the files either were destroyed or it was not there ever and it was made up by people, and the Trump administration used it as a tactic to get votes and get people to support him, and they lied about it. Either way, she's either lying about it not being there in the first place, or they're lying about it being there originally and they just got rid of it for some reason. So, as I said, it's not a good look for the administration, and the way he's handling the criticism, I don't think he's doing it properly. And as I said, I don't know. We have to see what happens. Right. And Macy and Green faced 7 legislation today delay before they can even start collecting signatures, while other conservatives and lawmakers like Reps and Anna Polinia and Luna of Florida and Lauren Boebert in Colorado have joined Green in calling the Congress to take further action. Many are discussing how to continue the press of more information without angering Trump. Rep. Eric Burston of Missouri told the CNN Epstein issued the number one thing that has come up in the Constitute calls his office over the past week. And as I said, that there's a time I did a video about this and I've talked about it on the stream where Epstein funded Harvard, or he did some stuff with Harvard, and he did that to make himself look like an important figure that was respected and that was to be trusted. And he was, I think, hanging out with different famous people to make his image look different. He was, at long time ago, he used to be friends with Trump. And we don't know, you'd be friends with somebody and God forbid they're doing something illegal and you just didn't know about it, and that doesn't mean you're a bad person. Now, and Trump was saying originally that, Epstein was a terrific guy, and Epstein likes girls on the younger side, interestingly. But as I said, he was friends with them. That doesn't mean that he was doing anything with them, though. Now, Epstein says he was best friends with Trump, and he said that Trump likes to, sleep around with different women and stuff like that, allegedly. He was kind of like talking about Trump. He never said that Trump ever did anything to children or anything like that, though. And Trump is, a ladies' man, and he does have he was famous on TV and stuff. So naturally, he would, probably be very good with the ladies. But basically, there is suspicions about him and Epstein. There are suspicions about that, as we talked about here. Is he involved or some named on something where he doesn't want to be released personally? As I said, I'm not accusing him of that. I'm not saying that he did anything necessarily wrong, but there is suspicions that about this situation. Just all like the worst possible case scenario is happening. And okay, so now I'm gonna read the chat. And Zoe agreed and doesn't trust Kate. And Zoe says, yes, I noticed that. And did you think that his advisors would clue him? It doesn't make any sense. And Tom says, you're right. It's doubling down, saying don't support him anymore. And Zoe says, supposedly there's an issue with the New York FBI field office, like not turning over papers again. Not sure if that's true, but they're talking about it. Exactly. And I said, it's higher up. That Tulsi is the one that is the one that's right hand to Trump, that allegedly would know this information, and Bondi something a lower level that Bondi may not even have any kind of information, but it would be kind of higher up. Now Tulsi would be the mediator that would this information. Now there could be something beyond her that's withholding the information, and if you have like the powers that be, like way deep into the government that's withholding information, it might be them. It may have nothing to do with Trump. Might just be golfing and just doing his thing, and has said today, as I said, there's fentanyl crisis in the country, and he has stopped people from distributing fentanyl, and he's putting sanctions on China for what they're doing about bringing them to the United States, and he's going to prosecute people that are spreading fentanyl into the country. That's very good. Also taking the farmland back from China and bringing it back to the United States. It's very good. So, I don't want to distract people from what the other things that he's done that I think are pretty cool. But still, at the same time, I will also address the elephant in the room about this Epstein situation. I think that him calling the fan base weaklings and full of BS, I understand he may be upset, and I understand, facing criticism could be stressful, but especially when there's like slander and stuff going on. But basically, I think that they took the wrong move on that, and we don't really know for sure what he knows or doesn't know. There could be possibilities that there could be involvement of different people we would be very surprised were involved in it that don't want it released. We don't know. Anything's possible. So it's not a good look. It wouldn't be a good look for a jury. If he was on trial, it wouldn't be a good look for a jury, okay? And both sides are upset about this. Like, you could paint a picture a certain way that's not there, but as I said, just anything's possible. But I'm glad that keeping like a level-headed, logical view on this situation. And oh, hello, Aaron. It's great to see you, my friend. And Zoe says, I agree. The higher up isn't about Trump. It's something way bigger. Exactly. Right, right. And if anything, he could be like I say this with all due respect, but he could be a figurehead that's, you know, answering to something higher up. And as I said, there's some conspiracies. I'm not against Israel at all. But there are some conspiracies about if Israel's involvement with Epstein, if they didn't want information being released, you know, and there's conspiracies about although Israel is a good ally that gives us technology and we're allies with them. Now there's conspiracy theories also in addition to this about their involvement with the CIA and stuff. And let's say Israel was not involved, and there's our government that is at hand. The CIA could be involved with it. He could have been an agent. It said he got really wealthy. Yeah, he was a financer. He was a financial consultant for people, but there's possible that uh, he had clients that were very wealthy that paid him so he could get massages from little girls. That is something that he may have obviously was doing is that he had clients that were very wealthy and they wanted to do creepy things with children and they were probably from all over the place. And guess what? I also want to tell you is that a lot of these billionaires are people we don't even know about. Okay, a lot of people on this list are people you never even heard of. They keep a low profile, but they, so it's people that people will be disappointed at the list, like people names you don't even know about. So, said Trump wants to play golf. He wants to, help our country in his view, and he's trying to get things done. And you got Bondi that's only given certain information from people that are above her, and there's Tulsi actually that would technically be hypothetically at fault for not distributing enough information about it in theory, according to some for that were former feds and things like that. But they could be past her too. It could be some secret society with a big triangle. They have like a picture on their wall of a triangle with the all-seeing eye on it, and they all wear suits, sit at a table, and they didn't want it to be released. People you never even know of. So it's not necessarily the people you see. Like they're just pawns on a table. There's people like that are playing the chess game that are really at fault here. And I hope and pray at the right time it's released. And look, if there's a list of people, they're going to destroy it. I mean, that's also something that's possible. And Tom says victim Juliet Bryant says that she saw Epstein shapeshift into a Horn the Dragon. Seriously. Yeah, I don't know. Scared. Scared. That scared. Skirt. Yeah, that is possible that. Hey, I mean, if there's truth to a shapeshifting theory, I'll just go there for a second. People could be given psychedelics and they hallucinated Epstein looking like that. There could be a possibility, I guess, spiritually that they could be doing some sort of witchcraft or sorcery and be able to shapeshift. This hypothetically. But yeah, there's a lot of wild stuff out there. As I said, I do believe in the spiritual realm, and I'm not saying it's true what she's saying, but if it is true, she could have been given psychedelics, or he could be in the witchcraft that was able to shapeshift. I mean, anything's possible, because I do believe in the spiritual realm, and if they're involved with the dark craft, because I do believe there's occultic origins to these things, and there are people that have had corruption that may be into these things, and people could do things like magic tricks. But as I said, I believe in the spiritual realm, and I do believe in the witchcraft is real. And Aleister Crowley, for instance, was a very evil occultist that talked about allegedly that children were a prime way to gain this certain energy from them. It's called anachrome, something allegedly that they extract. And there was different rituals like the alleged blood libel and things like that. Some people in the occults did, and so there's a lot of these conspiracies are coming to light now. Oh, hello, Liberty. We're having a conversation about the Epstein chaos going on. And Liberty, I hope you're doing well. And also, and I'm having very bad weather, so if something goes out, it's because of the weather. Okay, I'm having tropical orange. Right, and I do believe spiritually he was a dragon, a dragon that shapeshifted. I do believe that, or it could have been a dream or something. And as I said, I think that. Oh, another thing is that there's a lot of conspiracy theories about the Jews in general going around because of this situation that's going on. And I want to say disclaimer that you will hear a lot of them. That I don't think every single Jewish person is involved in things like this, but I do think there are good and bad people in every group, and there could be some Jewish people that have fallen in corruption because that's human nature, and there could be people that are involved in it that are not too doing evil things like this. But I do believe there's people of all walks of life, from the Jews and non-Jews, that were involved with the Epstein list. All right, and a lot of them are people you've never even heard of, billionaires you never even known of. And there's some conspiracies are saying that they don't want Israel's having a lot of heat right now and they also had a strike on Syria earlier, and they don't want more coming out. And Netanyahu has been facing some investigations of corruption in his own country, and there's some conspiracies about him trying to expand Israel. So I'm not against Israel, the Jews at all, but this is just some stuff going on the internet people are talking about. And as I said, the Epstein's involvement with them, people are wondering about that. And I will even say our own government, the CIA, and if they had people involved with Epstein or used him as a honeypot, it would expose our government as very corrupted and very deep into it. And if they have this there, it's possible that it'll show our country as a national embarrassment. And a lot of people that don't want to be labeled as a P file and a CM they're going to be exposed, because it's the worst thing to be accused of. And in prison, they're going to be with Bubba. And that's where they're going to be ending up. And they should have thought that before they did that to a kid. And as I said, I'm thankful to God. I don't know, and I don't want to know why these people are interested in children. I think it's really disturbing. They could just get an adult woman consensually to massage them if they want. It's just really creepy. So yeah, and he was, I said, he was good at getting these children, herding these children around. And his clients that he had clients for were doing these things with kids. They're very wealthy, and they paid him a lot of money. And they took him out too. When he was going to spill the beans on them and he was going to expose them as probably part of a plea deal, he was going to be given bail. I don't know if he ever regretted what he did or not. Only he would know. But he was going to expose people, and then look, they go take him out, and all the powers that be are hidden. And Liberty says, I asked AI, was Trump protecting the Epstein files, and he said, I'm sorry, I can't help you at that request. And as I said, I will throw the conspiracies out there, which I'm not accusing Trump of anything, but there's people wonder if he's on the list, or people in his administration, or people he's close to are on the list. I'm not accusing him of that, okay? But that's some conspiracies floating around. We don't really know, and when you don't know, it's causing more problems. So as I said, I want to say, I'll reiterate for the people that are coming in, welcome everybody. I appreciate everybody being here. Is that he's stopping the fentanyl from coming in our country. Communist China is disgracefully been bringing a lot of things into our country. He's getting along well with Xi, but they're putting billions and billions of dollars for them to herd it into our country now. So he's putting sanctions on them, and I'm glad he's doing that. And he had some victims speak out that had their children deleted because of fentanyl. And that was very moving. So I'm glad he's doing that. It's very righteous of him. And he's taking farmland back from the Chinese communist companies and bringing it back to the United States. That the United States people can own our own food supply. Because, that's been going on for years. I've been talking about. So I'm very glad he's doing that. And I think he's done more than a lot of presidents done in a long time. And I'm thankful he's doing that. I just feel in this situation, it looks very suspicious. And I think it's equally as important as those things. And he shouldn't be trying to downplay it, because it's an elephant in the room, and if it was a trial, it would look really, really bad. If anything, Epstein could have been friends with him to try to frame him or something and make him look bad if he went against him. As I said, says the guy's a creep. As Trump said himself, that Epstein's a creep. I agree. But he has to be have empathy and compassion for his fan base. I know he's a lot of pressure, lots of pressure, okay? But he has to understand his fan base is not liking the way this looks. And as I said, if you say Pam Bondi could have misspoken, she could have been talking about the JFK files, she could have been talking about the 9/11 files, she could have misspoken. Their mistakes are made, hindsight 2020. And thank you, Moki, a UAP hearing on September 1. And I don't want to downplay that they are talking about UFOs now. They have been talking about a planet that's outside our solar system that we've been talking about for years. Now they're saying it's real. And there could be a possible UFO staged invasion that could occur in a few years, allegedly, or at some point in the time. And that I don't want to downplay that or distract people from anything. So I'm not causing a distraction. I'm saying the things that he's done that was good. I'm talking about other news with the UFOs and things as well. But I also emphasize it's very important about the Epstein thing that we feel is being covered up. It's essential that people could know the truth about that, if possible. And I think that, that is, my thing on the situation. But I'm not accusing of Orange Man of anything. And as I said, people are very suspicious, okay? And I'm going to read y'all's comments. Y'all making excellent commentary on this, okay? Liberty says, I already read that, okay, what Liberty said about AI. And Zoe says, it's probably something that would destroy how we see our government, definitely our own people involved. Yes, UAP hearing on September 1. Zoe says, I doubt Trump would do so purposely what he's doing. He's likely not involved, but maybe something he's going to use against certain people. Yeah, and maybe he'll expose it later. Maybe he'll use it later on something. Maybe there's a bigger plan here that they'll release it later in the administration. And I'm not going to be surprised if he does something like that. Maybe there's a bigger plan here. But we will have to see what happens. And maybe there's another thing that I've heard is that there's a current investigation on Epstein's cases, and maybe there's going to be trials about it. And they don't want to say that the public opinion was swayed because of what the jury was doing. But it's actually backfired by not releasing anything. So I think it's like a double-edged sword. So we don't really know what the reasons are. And maybe he's covering for somebody. Maybe he doesn't even know what is what. And there's higher-ups that are just pulling the puppet strings. And he just doesn't even know what's going on. So as I said, there's all these different theories that are on the table. Moki says, not to distract you, but the UAP hearing is supposed to be involve people who directly handle the crash craft of the bodies. Moki, you are not distracting. We are an alien spaceship channel, and we're talking about all kinds of stuff. So you're not distracting me. Where did Erin go? Erin she might not, I don't know. Maybe she was going to see if there is Dookie outside or not. Maybe she'll come back and tell us if there is some Dookie left for her outside. But shout out to Erin, where she's lurking or listening. Shout out to her. And there she is, Squirrel. Scared. Yeah, so there's a UAP hearing is supposed to involve people who directly handle the crash, craft, and bodies. Oh, I'm very interested to hear, but I want to see that. Thank you. And this kind of highlight the frustration the American people have where they feel like they can't trust their government. He said, adding that the victims deserve justice. So I think that at the end of the day, this is a question of dues, and this government belongs to the people, or do the people belong to the government? House Oversight Committee Chair James Corner said that he's a lot to discuss with the members of his committee about the legal options they have to push more information. He said this panel could request more information and interviews, but he did not suggest the subpoenas or other efforts to force compliance among members of the Trump administration were on the table. Scared. Others in Congress have issued calls for public testimony from Maxwell. The one-time Epstein associate is serving 20-year prison sentence in Florida for conspiring to sexually abuse minors. Boebert has called for the appointment of special counsel to investigate what Trump dodged when CNN asked him about the possibility Wednesday. I have nothing to do with it. In an interview with John Solomon Wednesday, Trump lumped the Epstein case with other law enforcement matters that have annoyed him, including the prior special counsel investigation of him and his campaign. He suggested an FBI examination of those things could also include Epstein case. Quote, I think they could look at it all. They could look at all of it. It's all the same scam. They could look at this Jeffrey Epstein hoax also because that's the same stuff, Trump said. Ask if, quote, one big prosecutor will look at it all, Trump deflected. In the case of Epstein, they have already looked at it, and they are looking at it, and I think all they have is to do is put anything out credible, he said. Zoe says coroner's investigations are useless. There never any follow-ups and definitely not accountability. Yeah, exactly, because it's like, say they're going to bring something out, but they don't. And there's never a follow-up on the case. And these investigations, completely like a bunch of, smoke and mirrors, I think. The pressure to release more information has mostly fallen on Bondi, who said earlier this year that she had a list of Epstein's clients sitting on her desk, but whose department later said in a memo on no such list exists. Bondi said last week that she was referring to documents. Last week she was referring to other documents at the time. Oh, a paranormal investigator was traveling with the Annabelle doll. I didn't know the Annabelle doll was able to be taken out. I didn't even know that. Oh, I didn't hear about that, but scared. Scared. Yeah, that doll is very demonic. Trump enthusiastically backed up Bondi, saying she handled the matter well, and he has reportedly put the onus for releasing more documents on her, saying it's up to her what other credible information can be released. Okay, Moki. On Tuesday, Bondi swatted away the possibility that she could release more case files, suggesting instead that this week the memo declining the release on Epstein files speak for itself and rejecting questions about making more documents public. All right. The sky. I'm back. I'm back. All right, so I had a problem with the, because of the weather. Okay. I have some weather problems. All right, let's look at the Annabelle. Oh, yeah. You see, the Annabelle doll is very creepy. Oh, yeah. So let's talk about that. Yes, Aaron, we're having a tropical storm coming in. We're having a tropical storm that's coming into the city. Yeah, with the Annabelle doll. So this is to explain about that story. So Annabelle is a real doll. You see the creepy eyes it has, and it was trying to. It was with this girl a long time ago in this family. Oh, hello, Miss Construe. Welcome to the channel. And here's your wrench I give to the people that I've known on YouTube. Hello there. Welcome. No Bravo fans to tell. All right. A good evening, Miss Construe. All right. So basically, what happened with the paranormal investigator? So yeah. So Annabelle, there is some stuff going on in the house a long time ago for those people that had Annabelle, and they didn't really know like what was going on, and then they had Annabelle there, and the dude would have nightmares. The father would have nightmares about Annabelle, and so the Annabelle doll would float over his bed when he was like, and he was like in a trance, like a sleep paralysis, and the Annabelle doll would float directly over his face. Scared. Scared. And then the Annabelle doll started strangling the dude. Scared. Yeah, so that is. And the Annabelle doll was claiming, according to the medium that was trying to distract information from it, that it was a girl that passed away that lived with people in a field. It just didn't really make any sense. But actually, the Annabelle doll was a demon pretending to be someone that passed away. I don't know. It's possible that the Annabelle doll was used by a witch or someone doing voodoo, and they put legions of demons in there. There's Pastor Baxter. He was a dude was on YouTube. His name's not Pastor Baxter, but he's a pastor, and his last name's Baxter, so I call him that. He was involved in a voodoo cult when he was growing up, and his a voodoo doctor that he was like mentoring him. He said there is dolls and stuff walking around the house, and like the demons will take over it and use it as like a puppet, as a medium. So a lot of these demons, they will. It's legions. Like when Jesus rebuked the demon that went into the swine, there are legions of them. It's not just one of them, so it's a couple of them. So yeah, and as we're seeing that the paranormal investigator dies on U.S. tour with allegedly haunted doll, I'm gonna thank you for this information. Yeah. All right, let's get into this. All right, so paranormal investigator dies on, which we also say deleted, on tour with allegedly haunted doll, the Annabelle. New England Society of Psychic Research announces that sudden death of Dan Rivera, 54, the organization's leader. You see, it's inside of a cross and a box. Misconstrue. Scared. When I was actually a kid, when I was little, one of the dolls that were there, the kids would play with, looked just like that thing. A paranormal investigator who is helping lead a national tour of the alleged haunted Annabelle doll has suddenly been deleted over the weekend. Hello there, Anna. It is lovely to see you. Welcome to chat. Raggedy Ann has always been creepy, along with her stupid brother Andy. Yeah, not Raggedy Ann. A paranormal investigator who was helping lead a national tour of the allegedly haunted Annabelle doll has suddenly been deleted. On Tuesday, the New England Society for Psychic Research announced that sudden deleted of 34-year-old Dan Rivera. Organizations led to paranormal investigator and an Army veteran. Rivera's deletion occurred on Sunday during his visit to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, where was leading to the Devils on the Run tour as part of the tour. Riverside, on the other, NESPR members were bringing the supposedly haunted Raggedy Ann doll across multiple states. Oh, I'm seeing something right now. Yeah, don't forget to hit the like button. Thank you for that. Yeah. Trump says the FBI should investigate the Jeffrey Epstein hoax as a criminal conspiracy against him. That's scary. Wow. All right. The doll, which was popularized through the 2013 horror movie The Conjuring and its subsequent franchise, The Purchase of the 1970, from a hobby store by a mother given to her daughter at a nursing student in Connecticut. Annabelle was reported to have moved around on its own, leaving notes and psychic slashes on victims. The doll was subsequently given over to the late paranormal investigator Ed Lorraine Warren, who kept it in their occult museum based in Monroe, Connecticut. Rivera, who said that Lorraine Warren had mentored him and told the participants gathered at Gettysburg Soldiers National Orphanage over the weekend about the persecutions he had taken to protect them from the doll's supposed hauntings. Quote, what Lauren would say, protect yourself, is too close to your eyes, and envision yourself in a halo of white light, Rivera told participants in the Evening Sun. Right. That is where it's supposed to be locked in, yes. Okay, Aaron, understood. In a statement on the outlet of Francis Dutroux, the Adams County coroner F confirmed that on Tuesday afternoon, Rivera's cause of deletion remains untermitted pending the autopsy, according to a county dispatch scanner archives reviewed by the Evening Sun. Firefighters and mechanical personnel responded to a call at a Gettysburg hotel after 8 p.m. on Sunday for a report of the CPR progress on the male patent of Rivera's age. The coroner's office further added that Rivera's deletion was not suspicious and that he was found alone in his hotel room. The Evening reports. In his statements online, NESPR mourned Rivera's deletion, saying his integrity, creativity, and generosity defined him. Dan's passion for the paranormal was rooted in genuine desire to educate and help connect with others, whether though on social media, conventions, or investigations with local families seeking understanding and peace. As we investigate the days ahead, we want to share, although we do not know what the future of the NESPR will look like without Dan, we do plan to move forward with the events previously scheduled for this year. We believe with all our hearts that Dan would have wanted to work with, continue bringing the people together, sharing knowledge and honoring the memory of Ed and Lorraine Warren. The organization added, The Guardian has sought to comment on Rivera's family. All right. Oh, Abby's fine, Zoe. I saw her yesterday on my stream. She's doing fine. She's hanging in there. And sometimes she lurks. Sometimes she lurks. And we're going to talk about some more history about this Annabelle thing. That Zach Bagans dude is from Vegas, however you spell it. Oh, okay, thank you, Moki. I didn't know that. Okay. And Anna says, yes, Mokes. Lorene died a couple years ago, but they have a daughter, heard Zach Bagans as her. You have greet and say goodbye to Annabelle properly, or she will get you. Oh, okay. Understood. Are you welcome, Zoe? Scared, scared, skirt. History. According to the Warrens, they were given the doll in 1970s by 28-year-old student nurse named Donna from Hartford, Connecticut, who claimed the doll could move itself and exhibit malicious and frightening behavior. The Warrens said a I am back, everybody. I am back. It was just some lightning. There's a lot of bad dolls on Google. Why do I know this stupid shit? Scared. Anna says, Mokes, trials one thing, but not liking the censorship over there. Gonna watch the LNC thing, and it can't handle it. The channel, I can always watch a trial at night, and the host is rough. Scared. Alright, history. According to the Warrens, they were given the doll in the 1970s by a 28-year-old student nurse named Donna from Hartford, Connecticut, who claimed that the doll could move by itself and exhibited malicious and frightening behavior. The Warrens said the psychic medium had the student nurse and her doll had been taken over by a spirit of a deleted 6-year-old girl named Annabelle. All right. Let's see. Okay. Hello, everyone. There is some different things going on. I think, my opinion with the weather, and it caused the internet to go down for a moment. And here we are. Maxwell Silverhammer. I'm low key hoping a troll comes in here so we can see Misconstrue hit them with her hammer. Yeah, facts. Now the trolls go on the phone lives more than these. These don't really get trolls for some reason, but if whenever we do the phone lives, there'll be quite a bit of trolls on there that Misconstrue could go whack-a-mole with. Maxwell Silverhammer is a song. I didn't know that. So yeah, we have Misconstrue for the rescue. Yeah, with the phone lives, that's where the trolls are more prevalent. And it says, hey guys, what's the guy's name in the DP trial we saw want to see watch the Shelby something? Okay. Tom says Shelby Nelly. All right, let's try this again. So this is the history of the Annabelle doll. Okay. So, according to the Warrens, they were given the doll in the 1970s by a 28-year-old student nurse named Donna Hatford, Connecticut, who claimed the doll could move itself and exhibited malicious, frightening behavior. Warren said that the psychic medium had told the student nurse the doll had been taken over by a spirit of a deleted 6-year-old girl named Annabelle, and the Warrens claimed that the doll was demonically possessed and subsequently placed it in a display box in the Occult Museum in Monroe, Connecticut. Over time, Warrens publicized various claims about Annabelle. Supposedly, the doll inflicted psychic lashes and drew blood from the victims, caused the priest who insulted the doll to run in his car into a tree, stabbed a homicide detective, forcing him to. Alright, here I am. Okay. It's just the connection with the computer and stuff hasn't. So we're just going to kind of do this through the phone and try that. Alright. I'm going to do the stream through the computer and read something off the phone. Can't guarantee that it's going to completely work, but we'll see. Okay, here we go. All right, we'll tell Crazy Milky good night. Yeah. It could go out again. Scared. The thunder and the lightning will cause Timu cringe. All right. So, over time, the Warrens publicized various claims about the doll. Supposedly, the doll inflicted psychic slashes and drew blood from the victims. And okay, in 2019, the occult scared, scared, scared. In 2019, the occult museum closed due to the zoning violations. In 2015, the Warrens estate promoted online reports that the doll had disappeared as part of the virtual marketing campaign for a tour called the Devil's Run, showcasing items from the Warrens Occult Museum. The doll was never missing, and said that Tony Serpa, director of New England Society of Psychic Research, we have the doll on the brief, our tour, and locations. A paranormal enthusiast could witness a real Annabelle. All right, the reception. The Texas State University assistant professor of the religious studies, Joseph Laycock, says most skeptics have dismissed the Warrens museums full of their share of Halloween junk and toys and books you could buy at the bookstore. Laylock calls the Annabelle legend interesting case and relationship between the pop culture and paranormal folklore, and speculates that the demonic doll trope popularized the films such as The Child's Play, Doll Dearest, and The Conjuring likely emerged from the early legend surrounding Robert the Doll, was from the Twilight episode released years prior to the Warren story of Living Doll. Yeah, they could have used a Cabbage Patch doll. I know exactly what you're talking about. I remember those like in the early 2000s. In which the mother named Annabelle Laylock, suggested that the idea of demonically possessed dolls allows modern demonologists to find supernatural evil in the most banal and domestic places. Now, there's people that do voodoo and stuff, and they were confirming that, it's real. Yeah, I was from the early 2000s. I wasn't alive in the 80s, so I that's when it started. Okay, thank you. Yeah, my mom said one time about the Cabbage Patch Kids. They were, so it had to be from the 80s. Yeah, this when I knew about them in the beginning was, I was born in the late 90s, but so I was like a growing up in the early 2000s. So that's when I knew about them. But okay, that's when it started in the 80s. Okay, thanks, misconstrue. Commenting on publicity. Oh, 78. Okay. Okay. Commenting on the publicity of the Warrens Occult Museum coinciding with the film released in The Conjuring, since the writer Sharon A. Hill said that many of the myths and legends surrounding the Warrens have seemingly been of their own doing, and many people may have been difficult separating the Warrens from their Hollywood portrayal. Hill criticized the sensational press coverage of the Warrens Occult Museum and Annabelle doll. She said, like the real life Ed Warren, real life Annabelle's is actually far less impressive. Of the supernatural claims made about Annabelle by Ed Warren, said we will have nothing about this, and also from history of the other topics. Zoe says it was amazing. We didn't tell a lot of people because it was worth the dough. He passed away, and his son is now, he takes excellent care of it too. Oh yeah, gotta watch what you say. Can't tell random people you have a fortune there. Yeah. The doll was also described in the Gerald Battles of 1980 biography of Warren's of demonologists. The Warren story of the doll served as inspiration for Annabelle doll character depicted in the Conjuring universe, a film series that includes the following: Annabelle 2014, Annabelle Creation 2017, and Annabelle Comes Home 2019. I saw Annabelle Comes Home in 2019 with, sometimes it comes in here, Nash DeLeon. I watch it with him. The producers did not use the likeness of the Raggedy Ann, partially due to potential trademark issues, and and partially to make the doll's appearance more unsettling for the horror film. Its appearance has been described as a terrifying porcelain doll that is disfigured and immediately menacing. Moki of Aaron says goodnight. Oh yeah, strawberry shortcake. I've heard of that. I know about that one. Yeah, Ragdoll. That's true. That is what it is. Appearance to James, The Conjuring, and 2019. The appearance has been described as terrifying porcelain doll that is disfigured and immediately menacing. The characters make its first appearance in James Wan's The Conjuring, and additionally makes brief appearances in his sequel, The Conjuring 2, 2016. Michael Calves' Curse of Lorona. Lorona. Le Lorona. 2019, The Conjuring, The Devil Made Me Do It, 2020, as well as DC Extend Universe, Aquaman, 2018, and The Shazam of 2019. Yes, that's true, Anna. I've seen that before. Oh, you had sons. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Director of Sandberg, the doll appears in Shazam, Fury of the Gods, and also directed as Sandberg. We did G.I. Joe action figures. I had G.I. Joe action figures too. And toy cars. On Monday, July 14, 2015, Dan Rivera, lead paranormal investigator of the New England Society for Psychiatric Research, passed away in hotel room while on tour on the Devil's Run, and the tour had stopped in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Across 3 days of the weekend, Friday, July 11 was scheduled and concluded Sunday. After Rivera was on at lead support, taking Annabelle to the tour across the United States and producing videos on the roll on TikTok. Oh yeah, absolutely. And with the yeah, so that is like information about the Annabelle doll. Yeah, and I do believe in the supernatural, and I do believe that these things that occur, and I have had and under ruse. I've not heard of that actually. Yeah, so I think with the Annabelle doll is demonic, and that the person that was dealing with it had to have passed away from the effects of the demonic entity's abilities. Yeah. Good night, Moki. Okay. Thank you for coming. All right. Yeah. So, but this is what I. So that is what I think that the supernatural entities are forced to reckon with, and it's good to seek, proper spiritual guidance when dealing with these things. And like people go and be stupid and taunting the doll and stuff like that. And I think that is completely wrong for people to like try to mess with a demonic thing and think it's not real and it is real. You know. All right, so I'm back now. All right, so that is a problem that people don't understand. So yeah, it's unfortunate that the supernatural explorer, the paranormal investigator, passed away from it. But it certainly is a force to reckon with. And yeah, so the GI Joe dolls, that is something that I have, not the dolls with toys. We had modern versions of them, but yeah, we used to play with that too. And let's see over here, some more stuff right here. Yeah, I know about the GI Joes, something from Alice in World War II, and then they made action figures and stuff out of them. Now, what I liked was toy cars. That was something that I liked when I was growing up. And with the trials, I understand what y'all are saying about the different trials. Okay, thanks. Hey, Joseph, it's great to see you, buddy. We're talking about the Epstein mayhem that's going on, and I'm having some connection problems because of the tropical storm that's coming in, but we're hanging in there. And we're also a paranormal investigator that was handling the Annabelle doll passed away, unfortunately. So that is something that unfortunately occurred. All right, so basically, what we were doing was talking about the Epstein drama that's going on, and with Epstein, Trump is very angry at the fan base for talking about the Epstein situation, and there's a lot of distrust going on with that. We were, I'm not going to crash the ship, and Joseph said he heard about the Annabelle guy. Okay, yeah, yeah. Rest in peace. And Joseph, it's great to see you, buddy. Yeah, and that's what we were discussing, some of these haunted dolls and Annabelle and the origins of it and how it happened. Yes, Joseph, I agree. He did not delete himself. I agree. He was someone had him deleted. Trump was saying that the fan base that believes in the Epstein conspiracies are weaklings, and he was also saying, from what I saw before, that the Epstein hoax is a plot against him, a crime against him. So that is something else that we've been seeing, how it is extremely strange about the situation, and a lot of people have distrust about what the administration is handling it. So yeah, we have this. There's a lot of distrust going on about how the administration is handling it. That there's some mistakes being made, and people are suspicious about the list and how he knew Epstein, and who they're trying to hide. For instance, it's like, is there other countries involved? Is our government involved, and they don't want it released because it's going to make our government look bad? And then Trump's just taking the L for it. We don't really know, but he was saying for Pam Bondi to release any information that is credible to the public. But as I said, there's probably powers that are higher up that are trying to stop it from being released. And it's just a very tedious situation, and people on both sides of the political spectrum want it to be released. Yeah, because I got myself a tropical storm that's a brewing. That's what all the racket is about. Yeah, and with the Epstein situation, we have, yeah, and Epstein was going to expose people, and it seems that with that taken care of, they were going to go and try to delete him so he doesn't spill beans on people. There's probably billionaires and people you never even know about that are on those lists. It could start buffering, so I'm going to go look at this article right here real quick. Oh. Elon blows a major hole in the Trump Epstein hoax theory. And it went to zero. Alright, so I have to read it through here. I have to read it through the phone now. Okay. Hey, I'm back. Alright, here we go. This is the newest update. Yes, it does seem that he did misconstrue. Yes. Alright, this is loading now because I'm going to read you all what this is about. Yeah, so Elon is enraged about what Trump is saying. So we're going to get into this right now, the newest update about it. All right, Elon Musk rages over Trump's theory that Epstein list is a hoax. Elon Musk is once again raging against Trump administration for its handling of the investigation into the deceased six offender Jeffrey Epstein. Amid the billionaire entrepreneur's explosive social media feud with Trump in June, he alleged that Justice Department was withholding the information about the disgraced financier because the president is in the Epstein files. Musk eventually removed that post from his X platform, but has more subsequently pushed for information about Epstein's life deletion and released the week since. On Wednesday, Musk seemed to take exception to the president's now dismissing the entire matter as a hoax, and as far as declining to appoint a special prosecutor to further explore the Epstein's ties, the rich and powerful, including Trump. Wow, amazing that Epstein deleted himself, and Maxwell is in federal prison for a hoax. Musk fumed. Yeah, and it's getting very heated with Musk, absolutely. And while multiple investigators have concluded that Epstein was deleted by suicide by awaiting trial on federal sex trafficking charges in 2019, conspiracy minded skeptics subject was deleted in a deep state plot to stop him from exposing high profile figures with sexual prediction of minors. Yeah, and there's a theory that Musk is angry with Trump because of some bill he passed that would hurt his energy cars. Although conspiracy theorists has long speculated that Epstein kept a client list, Trump appointed Attorney General Pam Bondi said in a statement last week that no such list exists, no information about the matter would be released. In a series of more than a dozen posts about Epstein in just over an hour, Musk further vented Wednesday that not even one predator allegedly associated with Epstein and Maxwell's scheme has been prosecuted, and he further grossed that so many powerful people want that list suppressed. Trump has scolded supporters for bringing up the Epstein case and criticized his own supporters. Right, it kind of went out for a second, but I'm back. Right, and I think they thought they could buy Trump, but his companies like I thought about Trump. I like that about Trump. Yeah, he does see. Yeah, he can seem to appear unstable at times, and I think the Elon acts dem dumb. Okay, Trump has scolded reports for bringing up the Epstein case and criticized his own supporters for pressing the issue in a Wednesday morning post on True Social. He accused them of being duped by the BS Democratic Party ruse. And see, like, what I think is, I either they were lying about, because Bondi was saying there's an Epstein list allegedly, and she was going to release it. Then she says there's no Epstein list. They were either lying before or they're lying now about no Epstein list. So it's a big mess going on. But I do think that there should be transparency. Shout out to Mary Toodles. And I do think there should be transparency about this list and that people should know the truth. If there are hiding things or maybe the files are destroyed and there are many people that could be whistleblowers, maybe we'll see if there's any whistleblowers, because usually in a good conspiracy theory there's whistleblowers. We'll see if there's any of those whistleblowers. Now, I don't know if Trump himself is at fault or if it's people higher up, but it doesn't look good for him and administration, and they should be releasing the list. So he said, I think so too. He should show his true colors. He better be careful because the Dems want him in jail, right? Misconstrue says, I think it's best to let the Epstein thing go. And there isn't really much we could do about it, Misconstrue. But I do think that people are going to continue to be outraged about it, and this could be a big divide in the party. He has, because I've been balanced about it by talking about different things that he has done, where basically Trump was going to prosecute people that have been bringing fentanyl into the country and attacking China for what they're doing. Also, with the farms in the country, that the farms will be more owned by the United States and not by foreign countries. So I do think he has been doing some good. But yeah, it makes there's nothing we could do about it, but people exposing it or like bringing light to it, possibly people may think it may eventually cause them to show the files, but maybe we'll never know. They're not probably never going to show it. But yeah, just people feel that they've been lied to, because either they're lied to when he was saying they have the files and they're going to release it, or they're lying when they said there aren't any files, just to say it to get people to support them. So yeah, as people are upset, it's only escalating. So I do understand what you're saying. There's nothing we could do about it, but people feel that they're exercising their freedom of speech over it. Right. And Zoe says, I think there's something bigger going on, and something involving the national security. Yeah, as I said, maybe there's something of national security, and something else that I've talked to with True Crime, another user here, is if there's a continuous investigation into some of the Epstein cases, that if they release the files, it would cause a bias if they went to trial. So maybe they'll release it later. We don't really know. There might be another reason, or maybe there's deeper things in the government that they don't want it released because it'll expose something and make our government look embarrassing. So it's not necessarily him per se, but it might be people higher up that they may not even know that they're there, but they're there. So yeah, this is I think that there's mistakes being made, and it's a poor situation that's only going to be escalating. But I'll be covering it as it continues to escalate to tell you all what's going on. And Zoe says there's a threat to national security, maybe. And Anna says Gene Hackman was something said about the deletion connected to Epstein thing. Anna, yes, I've heard about that. And it's possible that there could be a connection with that too. And Zoe says, Alien, apparently there's investigation now over the missing papers, heavily redacted and manipulated papers. Oh, yeah, because it might be something within the FBI that has nothing to do with any of these people. And Tulsi would be the one that's really close to Trump that would be releasing this information, back and forth. And she would be more responsible than Bondi, because Bondi is something lower. That would be not as responsible as someone like Tulsi, hypothetically. And the FBI, even further deeper into it, maybe they they could have burned them, they could have gotten rid of them, there could have been redacted papers, and it could be a sabotage his administration. It could be a number of different things that are occurring. But I do think that if they do have the files and they are withholding them, I don't know what their reasons are, but I do think it's not looking good, and I would like to see the people that did these things to these prosecuted, that did this stuff to the children. I do think that Virginia, who was a victim of Prince Andrew, was murdered instead of self-deleting, and Epstein was murdered. And I do think it's possible the powers that be want to go and withhold the information because they don't want to be exposed for what they did. So I don't know who's at fault here, but I do think that it could be the FBI, it could be Orange Man Trump directly. It's all over the place. I do think it is it's only going to heat up more. Oh yeah, Gene Hackman had very good movies. Absolutely. Okay, so yes, here's my face. Okay, so yeah, and there's all kinds of different theories all over the place about like what exactly happened. And Zoe says, plus there is rumor that the New York FBI field office is still withholding files. Okay, yeah, yeah, and with the files, I think that it's very possible they're withholding the files. Definitely, it's something like it's like how there was Sector 7, like in Transformers. There's these deep government uh, factions that no one really even knew about. There's like a deep state. So yeah, some people, as I said, theories go that he was on Trump's on the list. I'm not accusing him of that, but there's conspiracy theories that are suggesting that. But there's no one real, not a lot of information on that. Uh, that it seems like he had nothing to do with those crimes that occurred, but people think he's covering for somebody, or somebody above, like higher up, is covering it up, or if they don't, or there is no papers anywhere and they destroyed it, or they may have made it up to get in there, and then they said later it wasn't really there. So yeah, it's all over the place because when you don't have concrete answers, conspiracy theories happen, and a lot of times conspiracy theories are true. The reason why there's so many different people with different theories is because they're not giving any answers, and people are very triggered about that. And him insulting his fan base about it, I think that's going to make the situation even worse. Yeah, so people think that Gene Hackman could have had his death had to do with something with the Epstein situation. Anything's possible, yeah. Definitely, because they want to try to censor people that had something to do with it, and because these people that you've never heard of. So the list is actually the list is very boring. There's people on the list you never even heard of that are billionaires that are very low key, and those people out there, they don't want to be caught as a P file, obviously, and they're trying to do whatever they can to cover it up. Right. So the people don't want to be caught and prosecuted. And there's allegedly household names and famous people that are on the list, so we don't really know. And Misconstrue said, I am more worried about the FBI secretive. Oh, yeah, because there's... Another logical explanation is that the FBI is withholding the files, and that there's a deeper corruption within the CIA and FBI has a deeper honeypot. There's a deeper corruption within our government trying to keep things secret and sequestered. And that is one of the theories at hand, that the right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing, right? So you have all these different files that are being redacted, sequestered, and it's making his administration look bad if they are withholding things that could have been revealed. But then again, they're saying that Bondi was saying that Epstein's list was on her desk, or at least it sounded like that. Then she said there's no list really there. People just didn't take that the right way. The FBI, in my opinion, I feel has been very compromised. It's not, in my opinion, and from information I've gathered, it's not like how it used to be in the past. And there seems to be a lot of corruption, allegedly. But a good thing about this Epstein situation is that it showed light about the unfortunate situation of corruption and secrecy. As I said earlier, some conspiracy theorists have claimed that it has to do with Mossad. He was connected with Mossad and the CIA, and they don't want to be exposed. I'm not against Israel, but there's theories about involvement with Israel. There's a network of P-files that are billionaires that are doing these things to kids that they don't want to be exposed. But a good thing about this situation is that people show their true colors in tough times. All right, people show their true colors then when things get rough. All right, so Trump, I'm not saying he's good or bad. He's showing his true colors. Elon Musk, I'm not saying he's good or bad. Is showing his true colors. Everybody is showing their true colors right now, and people could at least know that there is something going on. Either they're hiding something. There's the FBI is trying to withhold files, or there's propaganda that went too far. There's never an honest word. At least we're exposing and being exposed what is going on. That there's something that not right here. Zoe said Biden's leftover people in New York are withholding stuff and misled the Trump administration about where all the files were and turned over. Supposedly a fake list was seen, and now Trump's FBI said they need to verify. Okay, thank you, Zoe. And possibly, it could be something to undermine that, and maybe Biden didn't give them the right information where the FBI was withholding things. Maybe they had a fake list or it was a real list and need to verify it. And we have to wait as time goes on. Maybe there will be a real list that will come out. Maybe it wasn't a real list. They have to see because they want to release all information that is credible. So, we do not know. And Zoe said because there could be someone on the list that did nothing wrong, so they just can't release it. It could destroy innocent people. Exactly, and I would understand that, where the list is there, and there could be people on the list that didn't really do anything, so maybe they need further investigation. I just feel that the administration made a mistake the way that they presented this situation, how they're going to release the information, and the timing and all. I think it was wrong because they're lying either way, people think. So, yeah, I just think the mistakes are being made, and there's hindsight 2020, and, that is a very good explanation, Zoe, that, there needs to be further investigation about it. There's some kind of some typos going on, but anyone was still noose Epstein at some point. Yeah, there's people that, like on the flight logs, that didn't necessarily do anything wrong. But there's people on the list, like Trump was friends with him at one time. People have suspicions about his friendship with Epstein, okay? But still, with Trump, He he knew him at one point. There's people that knew Epstein at some point. And I think that, like, especially with Harvard, like Epstein funded millions of dollars into Harvard projects, but he was trying to make his public image look better by what he did. And when he did that, Epstein was crafting his public image a certain way. Then he got caught for what he was doing, and they cut him off. But he was still trying to fund some certain professor's research, and they were secretly still accepting funds from him through different companies. And Harvard had to filter out who they get donations from, because they want to filter out nefarious people that may be causing these type of problems. And yeah, that is what I think, is that he was trying to be friends with a lot of people to make himself look more reputable. And I do also know that he may have been trying to do money laundering also. Oh, I know. As I said, a lot of the people on the list are people that you've never heard of. You know, some billionaire somewhere on an island that you never heard of. There could be famous people on the list. There could be politicians on the list. Right, like Trump flew from Florida to New York. It went out for a second. It went out again. All right, I am back. I am back. Well, I'm sort of back. Okay, here I am. All right, so basically, yeah, that is some good points about the Trump situation. Chat. I'm gonna make sure I get this right here and go here. Okay. Okay, it's all working. Ooh. All right. Just kind of reopening this window. I'm trying to get back to the stream. All right, here I am. I'm back. Yeah, and she says, "Be safe, alien, with the dang storm." Misconstrue says, "I have to go to bed and charge my phone. Good night, all." Okay, Misconstrue, thank you for coming. Have a good night. It was nice. It was fun being blue. Yeah, yeah. Congratulations for being blue. Anna says, "Be safe, alien, with the dang storm." Oh yeah, I will definitely. Zoe says, "Tom, exactly. After Bondi, solid things would never see the light of day. Maybe guilty people will not fear this, but I think that's why Trump was so abrupt about the question." Tom said, "Even if he did nothing wrong, he knows how things get spun." Zoe says, "Tom, Trump's up to something, perhaps because he knows a whole lot more than he's saying." Oh yeah, yeah. We have to wait and see how it works out, because Epstein has different estates and Maxwell has different estates, and they're trying to sell them off to get that taken care of, to make things better for them, to try to to fight the legal cases. and they don't have them anymore because they're locked. You know, because she's locked up and he was, been deleted for quite a while. Because with then wonder if Biden's on the list. Zoe says Obama and Clinton definitely. I heard and Shifty Shift too. Shifty Shift too. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely because yeah, they're allegedly on the list. Certainly the Clintons, from what I've heard. Yeah, and all these different powerful groups, they don't want to be, put in the spotlight and exposed for what they were doing. And what is done in the dark will come to the light, I believe. I believe that is a certain fact. Are a no-brainer. Yeah, right. Yeah, but I do think that if they are withholding it without any kind of good reason, it's wrong the way they handled the situation. Unless there's something later that they're going to do that's going to make it up to us. I think it's just very an error for some of the stuff that we did. But if there is something that's going to be happening that they're going to tell us later, I'll be interested to see that when it comes out. Yeah, but yeah, there's all kinds of different people that are allegedly on the list, and maybe there's. All right, here I am. I'm back. Yeah, and I'm more in the I'm more. She says, "How close to the storm are you, alien? You're out more than you're in." Yeah, I'm too close for comfort to the storm. Yeah, and Tom says, "Yeah, he's ordering people to stop talking about it was a bad idea." Yeah, definitely. Facts. Dems are so dirty they hurt and do other countries because of TDS. Yeah. Tom says they would cut off their nose and spit in their face. According to that, Trump could hurt anyway. Is the fair game. They talk more as adults, just grown over kids after all. And Zoe says it was a terrible idea. Maybe he had shut it up his own staff. I really believe he's up to something. Yeah, we'll see if he's up to anything. We'll see if he does something like that. And it's also possible that the people that are running this thing are real goofy and they're just goofing around right now. That they're making a lot of errors and mistakes, and they're also causing the downfall. But yeah, hopefully he has something up his sleeve because it is not really looking too good for his group. For his administration, the way he did it. Yeah, trying to force people to not talk about something that is absolutely not the best idea to do. Yeah. Spite their face. Okay.
Cut off your nose to spite your face. It's spite.
Okay. Yeah, it must be some saying.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I never heard of it before.
It's like an old saying.
Yeah, of course. Okay, Anna. Yeah, I read that wrong. Okay. And Zoe says, "My pleasure to talk to you. Most people are nasty to me because I support him." Oh yeah, and people have a right to their opinion. It's good to balance it out with different views. Yeah, and also we have. I'm actually not a millennial. I'm Gen X, Gen Z, actually. I'm even younger than the millennials. Haha. Yeah, and yeah, and Zoe, I think that you both had, yeah, very good points about it, and I like the way that if there's possible theory that Trump might have something else up his sleeve and might be releasing it later, and basically what we did was, yeah, and that is like for now about the Epstein thing, and Trump is now saying that allegedly he is he is going to think that the Epstein case against him is a political crime against him. So they think that it's a plot to try to get him out of the presidency, or that the Epstein hoax is a plot against him. Basically, that was what he was saying earlier. And it says not allowed to say anything political on trial TV or talk about other trials. Yeah, and y'all can talk about that stuff here if y'all want to, which we openly talk about. And also, and I appreciate your commentary about what you have to say and learn different stuff from you and the others. Yeah, and I'm not mad. It's all good. And as I said, I learned a new saying. Yeah, I'm not mad. And I like learning, as I said, from you and the other people about different things. Tom says, when I disagree with people, I usually just don't say much to them. They are entitled to their opinions. Right, right. I technically was like literally, I was born in February of '98. So I was just like a couple of months away from the millennials. I missed it by a hair. So I'm like a twilight zone between both of them. Yeah. And Zoe says, if people bring up politics, yikes, they get run over by chat or deleted by the channel. Yeah. I think that it's good for people to talk about, whatever they want to here, whatever it is, it's all good with me. Yeah. I sure can learn a lot, Anna. Yeah, that's true. And Tom says, yes, the guy was bashing the right wing opinions today. I notice when people start political arguments, it's usually on the other side. Yeah, it is. That's what I've seen. Sometimes in here, there is one of the people that came uh, from one of the other channels, and I was bringing up about how I didn't think it was good to assassinate a president at all, anybody, and the person got very, very triggered. And it's just yeah, just it's this chat is a very feisty chat, and it's not for the faint of heart. So y'all could just be as you please here. Because y'all are very respectful towards each other and respect each other's opinions, and we have an interesting discussion and exchange ideas. At the same time, we talk about trials as well. Always the lefties to start a political argument, it seems. Yeah, Tom. Yeah, the lefties. Yeah, I know what you mean. Oh, Anna was timed out for 10 minutes. I was on the trial channel. Oh dear. Scared. Scared. And no sense of humor. No. Yeah, it's like no sense of humor. Yeah, no nothing. It seems real plain and bland. Yeah. Ouch, Anna. Yeah. Only time I do stuff like that is if somebody is like trolling or something like that. I don't tolerate like the people being trolling, but people just have their own opinions about stuff. It's I was said I have been involved very deeply with political commentary since 2020. Although I was in politics before that, that's when I started doing it with YouTube. Oh yeah, I'm very skilled at it, and we just talk about aliens and trials and a variety of different things. Because me and my buddy that I talked about aliens with when I was growing up, we talk about politics and stuff. It's like with the conversations him and I had, but on YouTube now. and it's said the first time I was there, the host reminds me of the hippie teacher from Beavis and Butthead. Yeah, and I never had a problem with him or other people there, but I think that the people on the channels, they do what they do with their channels, just as we do what we do with our channels here, and people can like on over here, people could talk about it if they'd like to, but yeah, I don't know what their policies are over there, because sometimes I feel that topics can deviate a little bit into other things. So I do think like the political stuff should be relaxed. Over here, over there, people would do whatever they want with their own channels. But yeah, I just was talking about trials and stuff. I didn't have any issue with him or some of the mods and stuff. But I hear what you're saying. I've only had they've only been polite to me, but I understand what I hear what y'all saying. Trial in Washington, and I said something about woke Dems, and that did it. Yeah, as I said, if y'all say people say things about the right or something, I don't care. Like I don't know why the other side has to get triggered over things, but the other political side. Yeah, but I completely have no problem with y'all talking about the anything y'all want here. It's fine as long as it's like respectful towards each other. That's where like it's fine. But as I said, that's just the way my channel is, because I was always involved with politics and very political. Other people's channels might be different, and I respect that. But if y'all want to talk about it here, that's okay. And I said, Tom, I feel like telling that guy his guitar and play the lesbian seagull. Yeah, I don't know. See, I've not heard about that, but it sounds funny. I'm sure it's an interesting song, or whatever it is. Zoe says, Tom, you can't have a civil convo with the left. They immediately go right to personal attacks. It's a shame. It's as if their brains are broke. You see, I think it's their into their emotions, and the emotions get the better of them, and they go along with their emotions and whatever the news told them. It's a combination of those things that causes a giant rift. Because sometimes politics might be mentioned, as I've seen the trials, it's mentioned, but then when it's mentioned, you know people have get triggered. But as I said, nothing wrong with a little debate. I think it's fine. Like I said, as long as people are being respectful about it, I think it's okay. And Anna says Beavis and Butthead was on MTV around the 1996. Oh, I know about Beavis and Butthead. That was a. They were also the creators of King of the Hill. I love King of the Hill. I've not seen Beavis and Butthead too many of those episodes, but I know what you're talking about. I know what that is. Thank you for telling me though, Anna. I didn't know it came out in '96. Other than that, he's a great guy. Oh, understood, Anna. Zoe, I know try in the Yahoo comments that they resort to insults, and I don't do insults. Understood. And Zoe says, I think the coof mentality, which is like COVID, she's saying, that a coof is a code word for COVID. So his mentality hurt a lot of people, sadly, in my own family. Oh, yeah. That coof, COVID did a lot of things. I mean, I remember I thought it was going to be they're acting like it was going to be an apocalyptic pandemic, because I remember they had some History Channel episode about back in the past where you if there is a pandemic that hit us, it would turn out the electricity, it would cause a post-apocalyptic society, and a lot of people in China were dropping like flies, and it was not looking too good. So there's the jab. There's Dr. Fauci and the stuffed animal over there that have giving vaccines to people. and the stuffed animal's named Jim Showman. It's like a doctor stuffed animal. So it was given vaccines to people, and yeah. But then again, with the vaccines, there's been theories and stuff about that. There's the masks going on. There's a lot of rift and divide. I didn't get any personally. I stayed like without it because I didn't think it was necessary for me. But if people got the vaccines, that's their business. But basically, yeah, that was certainly hard. The lockdown. Oh, the lockdown was something. I remember we had to wear masks sometimes, and people sometimes didn't wear the mask, and I didn't quite catch right away that people were thinking it was a symbol of oppression or something. But see. I knew about some things from science class and stuff. Now I'm not any kind of doctor or anything, but now you have to wear like goggles. Like, you would have to wear like hypothetically an eyepiece and gloves and a mask because the germs could go through your eyes too, or through your hands. Like it's pretty much doomed practically. So I made sure I was wearing some like sunglasses that were like really close to my face. Right in the very beginning, but then later on, I was just seeing no one was dropping dead like flies. I wondered how severe it really was in our country or what strand came over here, if it was really that bad. But yeah, Zoe, I know exactly what you're talking about. It was a very troubled time, definitely. And it says, I do push the boundaries, but trying to tone it down. Anna, I understand, but you could. I wouldn't mind if you push boundaries. I like people that push boundaries because I believe that they're essential for human innovation and progress. That's why I like people that maybe consider troublemakers or people that think differently because they'll push human race forward. Like that's how humanity pushed forward because of people that think like you. And it's great to have a whole bunch of, if possible, a whole bunch of people that could push boundaries because it could be used for something good. And Zoe says, lockdown, lockdowns and constant fear mongering hurt a lot of folks. I agree with you. I agree. It certainly conditioned people to be a certain way, and with a lot of this stuff, it did not help. It just made society more anxious, caused more health problems. All right, Anna. Awesome. Facts. Yes, you are. Right on. And Tom says, me either. I'm not comfortable at all with it. And yeah, so basically, yeah, that fear mongering and stuff it conditions people and conditions civilization to be a certain way, and then remember, there's people that had to use like a pass to get into a restaurant or to get into a place. I thought that was something really interesting. Like, people were thinking it was totalitarian, and which it had totalitarian elements to it, I think. And people were not happy about the situation yet. It was uh, very wild times. Zoe says it's almost impossible to push boundaries anymore. People rage if we have different opinion. It scares me. Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think that with people have become kind of soft like snowflakes, and they they don't like it when people do that. And I think it's important for people to push boundaries and stuff. But as I said, I think society and conditioning cause people to get soft. Definitely. Scared. Scared. Skirt. Yeah. Yeah. So as I said, I think that it is absolutely essential because if you don't push boundaries, there's no progress of uh, human progress. It's going to lead to things nothing but trouble because the powers that be want to control and suppress people. Now, I do think that there could also be exceptions to the rules sometimes, but most of the times I see people that are trying to just have like a different opinion or challenge something. Like if people are confident that the left is right, it's kind of funny the way I said that, but they're confident it's right. They don't need to go and have a breakdown over the situation. They need to just go and refute the people if you're really confident about what you have to say. And now I could see if somebody insulted like Jesus or like a religion thing, that it could be dealt with a little bit differently. But because people would want to respect God or whatever they believe. But like with politics, I think people act really really petty. How they get obsessed. And they treat politics like a religion. Like for instance, like communism was like a religion to the people that practiced it, and communism was like a religion for the people that practiced it. And I think that they became like a cult and like a religious view. The art of debating has been lost. Yeah, exactly. Here we go. Okay, hello Sam, good to see you. And Sam says, "What leftists are you talking about? There are civil convos outside of social online. I'm not leftist, but I don't engage like y'all assume all leftists are. People are entitled to their own opinions. Oh, there's many people on this channel that are on that side that are fine people. Okay, so it's working again. Hello, Sam. I was the internet has issues because of the weather, but yeah. So we're just talking about people. There are some people that they were talking to earlier that they're trying to have a discussion with about politics, and the people that were on the left got offended. And I'm not against the. I'm not trying to put everybody into a box. We're talking about the specific people that were getting offended by something the other people said in some other chat. And there's leftists on the channel that are fine people. There's people that are very cool that are on the left. I'm not trying to generalize, and I could have said been more specific, but I'm not saying all people on the left. But there are some people that seem to, I probably on both political sides, that get to overreact maybe over the political stuff that is mentioned sometimes. That is what we were referring to. And Zoe says, except for here, all good people here. Yes, yes. And Anna says, not I seem a lot. It's done in humor and gets lists of translation with me. I always think people get me, but don't always. And Sam, the full comment she said was, "What leftists are you talking to? A lot of there are chill convos outside of social online chats. I'm not a leftist, but I don't engage like y'all assume all lefts are. But people are entitled to their own opinions. Yes, Sam, I do agree. People are entitled to their own opinions, and people should be allowed to have their opinions. And it's just that there were some people that they were talking to that weren't letting them have an opinion. And it was just like online people. It wasn't people in real life. But there's people that on this channel that sometimes come here that are on the left that are fine people. That yeah, it depends on the person. We were just talking about a specific circumstance that occurred that they were talking to that was taken out of context, and we were just having a conversation about that. That's all. And Sam, Trump is saying that the people that are harping over the Epstein files are weaklings, and he's getting angry over the situation. And there's the Epstein uh, rift has continued to cause more divide within the party. And hello Bedro, good to see you. Welcome. And welcome to the chat. Yeah, so that is basically with Epstein. Uh, they're trying to see maybe there's deeper things in the government that don't want the Epstein files to be released, and people are suspicious of Trump, and he may be doing some mistakes how he's handling that situation. And thank you, Sam and chat, for the commentary on this. I do agree of what y'all are saying. And Anna says, not as crazy as it seems. A lot of humor and gets on the list of translation with me. I always think people get me, but don't always. Yeah. Yeah, things be taken out of context, especially stuff online. And Sam says, oh, yeah, that is funny as hell. That's hella funny. Yeah, so with the Epstein people wonder if the CIA and deep in if people conspiracy theories around YouTube or Mossad had something to do with the Epstein thing. There's billionaires on it that don't want it to be released. and it looks like he may be covering up for people, but we've discussed that maybe he'll release it later. Maybe they need to verify the list if it's real. Maybe the past administration did something to cause more confusion with how to find the files and stuff like that. So we don't. There's all kinds of different speculation. We've been having a civilized conversation about it, but yeah, it seems that they're not. And also, Trump said to release any credible information. Bondi's kind of like a lower end, but Tulsi would have more information that could be released, like Trump's right hand, and is a lot of speculation about that, like how it's being handled. All right, good night, Tom. Thank you for coming. Tom, you did excellent with talking to the chat today. Very good job with the convo. And yeah, because things be taken out of context, people could take things more too seriously. I think that it's absolutely a factor with that. And yeah, so that's what we were talking about this time with the Epstein. Like we talked about the other day. Now I heard something about Diddy. I forgot to mention. Okay, so and Sam, I hope that you're having a great day and everybody in chat. It's nice seeing everybody. So basically, allegedly Diddy's yeah. So Diddy, the district attorney general for the at the Diddy trial was fired. The prosecutor was fired. All right, we got it right here. Oh, good evening, Caraville. It's great to see you. Welcome. Yes. Yeah, thank you, Sam. Thank you. All right, so Maureen Corney, federal prosecutor in Sean Diddy Combs' trial and Maxwell's trial, has been fired by Justice Department. Wow, that's what I saw earlier today in another chat, and yeah, so Maureen Comey, prosecutor Diddy trial, has been fired by the Justice Department, and she did Maxwell and Diddy, and yeah, she has been fired. Wow, that's crazy. And people are sometimes we also were talking about people are not really happy about his past relations with Epstein. People have been kind of suspicious about it. So that's another thing that occurred with the different opinions about what that was about. That was pretty cool to talk about. Like why was he involved with him? And Elon is very furious at the hoax theory also. He says, "Good night, all. It's late on the East Coast. I hope all of you have a great night." Oh, you have a great night too. We're gonna be ending it soon. It's getting late on my end, and it keeps on going out. Yeah, good night, Zoe. Thank you for coming. Yeah, and night. Oh yeah, East Coast Anna. Okay, East Coast too. Okay. Yeah. So and Elon was very angry. Zoe says, "Thank you for another great stream. Good night." Oh, okay. Uh, Thank you. Oh, Zoe, I'm glad you liked the stream, Zoe. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you very much. and we have turbulence because of the weather. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, and Elon is very triggered at the Epstein hoax theory that Trump has. He's very triggered about that, and Trump can't stop MAGA from obsessing over the Epstein files, and Trump lashes out at the supporters for over Jeffrey Epstein criticism, and Trump's fanatic failing mission to crush the Epstein MAGA rebellion. Oh yeah, Caravel, you walked into the we're talking about the Epstein situation with Trump, and also a couple of other things with the they were talking about the Annabelle doll too, and how somebody had the Annabelle doll. A paranormal investigator was around the Annabelle doll, and then they were taken out. They passed away mysteriously, so they think that the Annabelle doll had something to do with it. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So that's what we're talking about, and Trump has been trying to censor the people, and not censor, but he was been trying to like get them to calm down. But anytime he tries to do that, it makes it even worse. So yeah, and he was telling Bonnie to release any more information on Epstein that they could release, and the different people on both sides of the political spectrum were trying to get the information released as much as possible, but it's not really there's not really any answers, and people think that there's lies and stuff going on, and there's a lot of mistrust at the moment. And we're going to go over here to this to explain about the Annabelle doll situation. Annabelle doll. And they had the Haunted Annabelle tour continues after the deletion of Investigator in Gettysburg. A paranormal investigator dies while on tour with allegedly haunted Annabelle dolls. So, the Annabelle doll is a supernatural doll that people believe had some kind of demonic, which I believe it also has like demonic origin to it, and somebody is taking another life. So it's quite crazy that that occurred. So that's kind of a general sense of what we're talking about, and about how people having different opinions about politics and some people getting upset with it, uh, and just kind of talking about that. Now, if other channels don't want politics in their channel, whatever, that's fine. So we talk about all kinds of different things here, but I respect what other people do. But I don't really care if people talk about whatever here. You know me. I always kind of talk about stuff in the different chats about different things. But yeah, it depends on it depends on the person, what they think. Like people could have a different. They could be like here. Both political parties are welcomed here. Uh, both any religions welcome here. Anybody's like welcome here to talk about what they want to. It doesn't bother me. But as I said, I'm not saying I'm better than anybody else. Like people in different channels, they could do what they want to in their channels. This is just here. I was always involved with political commentary and stuff, and I like debating. It's fine. Now, if somebody in like say someone believes in God or they believe in a higher being, or somebody had some personal attack towards their family member or something, I could see there could be an exception to the rule. But like with politics and stuff, or people want to have things like that, I think it's okay for people to talk about their different beliefs. I think people could debate each other. Like Carava, we've talked about different things, and I like your insight on a lot of topics. And it's good to persuade the other side to maybe think like what you think. So I do think having an open, healthy discussion about anything is a good idea. And yeah, exactly. Politics can end up getting ugly quick, and it can divide a whole group of people. Yeah, definitely, absolutely. Yeah, and Caraville says that most chats don't allow it. Yes, yes, I'm quite aware of that. And as I said, I understand people may not want that in their channels, and that's fine. And also, ain't the truth, sadly. And Caraville said just release the files he promised he would, and not sure why he's backtracking. Yeah, and a lot of people are upset about because they said there's the files on his desk, on her desk. Then they said the files don't exist, and either he has something up his sleeve, or there's something higher up that's not withholding the information, or there's no files, and they're just going to say there's files to get a a political points or whatever. So yeah, it's definitely, as I said, a spectrum of distrust going on, and people have a right to question it. Sam says, especially if there's a big contrast between the left and the right, the chat people get heated on both sides and it gets personal. Oh well. Yeah, exactly. That is true also. It can cause a conflict if it's not handled correctly. Definitely. Because I can understand why people wouldn't want it there. Yeah, and Carol said you and I could do it, but imagine it at Law and Crime. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It could get heated very quickly, especially if you have different people from different political spectrums in one place. We have that here. We have people that are here that are different political views and different religions. There has been times where people have gotten heated, but I'm able to calm the situation down. But as I said, it doesn't mean that I have some sort of special power or anything. People don't want that in their channel. I can understand that. It's good. And politics is important, really. It's good for people to get along if they can, and talk about other things. So yeah, I think it's great for people that are able to get people together like that and not have division. I think it's good. Now I do think people could have an opinion if they want to, but as I said, I'm not like telling other channels what to do. I understand the situation. And Sam says, especially if it's a big contrast between the left and the right, and chat people get heated on both sides to get personal. Yeah, exactly. And Carol said most people are not about having open, respectful discussions online. Yeah, she said they were on her desk in two different news interviews. Yeah, let's see how the investigator passed. Sure. Yes, Sam, it is. It is crazy. Yes, it's very wild. But as I said, I don't mind people having different opinions on politics stuff. It's okay. Now, if things get heated, I'll calm the chat down. But yeah, I just a lot of people here like to talk about it, and I was like, it was okay, with it. Like there was somebody here that it wasn't into the political stuff, and they left, and that's fine. It could, the person left, and that's okay. But each to their own. Each group is different. Let's see about how Bro died. All right, let's see this right here. It might go out for a second. All right, it's called Law and Crime Network, Law and Crime Trials. I'll link the link for you. All right, I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna put in the link in the chat to the channels. I'll link it up right now. All right. Yeah, Law and Crime Network and Law and Crime Trials. Okay. Right, and long crime trials. Now, personally, I do think that it's good for people to chat, and not do that. As I said, I like the different trial chats and stuff. Like Trial TV Live, they're fine people. I think they're okay, and they're fine. They never did anything to me. It was nice. A lot of them came over here, but basically, I can understand that the things could get heated in a bad way. All right. All right. So let's see what we could find out about this. So thank you, Boudreaux, for the shout out. Shout out to you too, Boudreaux. Good night to you. Sam says, I'll take your word for it, thanks. I'm pretty sure I've seen their streams and the suggestions for Diddy and YSL. Oh, yeah, that's where I was at YSL and Diddy. And with YSL, that's where a lot of people, I met a lot of people there, and they love my commentary there, and they love me on Law and Crime, the other ones too. Yeah, so I remember YSL, that was a crazy one. Shout out to Brian Steele, he's the best. I remember for my birthday at Law and Crime, the entire day they told me happy birthday, and they're very generous, everybody there. And the whole chat the whole day was like, happy birthday, alien spaceship. Whole day. That was so cool. They're very nice people. Now, there are some trolls and some basement dwellers there, but there's a lot of cool chat people there. And police are clearing the air about the sudden death of Dan Rivera, the paranormal investigator who passed away while on tour with the supposedly haunted Annabelle doll. Dan was found deleted on July 13 at a hotel in Gettysburg where 54-year-old New England Society psych researcher hosted viewing the mystifying toy, according to Pennsylvania State Police. Yeah, hit the like button. I appreciate those that do. I appreciate that. All right. The descendant was discovered in his hotel room by work, and police report released on 2016, not on 2016, but on July 16, read, nothing unusual or suspicious was observed at science. Causing of the deletion has not been determined pending or autopsy of authorities. Yes, Anna, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I am. Yes, thank you. In the wake of Dan's deletion, his fellow investigators at the NESPR said on July 15 release that they were all, quote, all they were still coming to terms with this profound loss. And, quote, Dan was not only a vital part of the team for a decade, but also deeply compassionate, loyal, and dedicated friend. Their statement read, his caring nature and sense of purpose made a deep impact on everyone who had the privilege of knowing him. Is the moderator in the chat censoring you? Scared? No, there's no mods over there at the Law and Crime anymore. I was friends with the mods when they were there, but oh, it's not talking to me, talking to Anna. Okay, I had a Timu uh, Gen Z moment. I had a Sheen moment. Okay, so it was talking to Anna. Yes, Anna was being. She claims that she got timed out. She said by somebody. But like I said, it's not my channel, not my, I'm not telling other channels what to do. But people, I don't mind if like people here were to say anything. It doesn't matter. I'm trying to see if there's any more information about this dude. They're not really saying how he died exactly. Okay. New details. Let's see what the new details are. He was found deleted in his hotel room in Gettysburg. Okay, authorities in Pennsylvania are offering new details about the paranormal investigator who deleted suddenly while on tour displaying a supposedly haunted Raggedy Ann doll named Annabelle. Dan Rivera, 54, a senior lead investigator of the Connecticut based New England research, was deleted on Sunday 13 during a visit to the Gettysburg part of the Devil's Run tour of the evening of early reports. Yes, and also Caraville. So basically, with Addie, Linda, and Missy, yes, I do like them a lot. Yes, absolutely. I never had a problem with them. Now, some people tell me that they were not able to write all in all caps or able to put a lot of emojis or they felt they were censored. Now, I never experienced that. I like Addie, I like Missy and Linda. I thought they did great, and they did great with the trolls. But now other people say that they were being censored there. But as I said, I never had a problem with them, and I missed them, and I thought they did great with the chat. So Careful, yes, I thought they were wonderful, definitely. Some people disagree with that, but I thought they were fine people. And shout out to Linda, and she goes here sometimes. And Missy, I miss Missy very much. She's always very good to me.
I'm using the
And
microwave soon, okay?
okay, and also Addie too. Addie was the director of Law and Crime, and I thought I learned a lot from her, and I applied it to my own channel, and I apply it to Law and Crime also. So I learned a lot from Addie and those mods, Caraville, and I enjoyed that time when they were there, and I do miss them very much, Caraville. So yeah, shout out to them, Caraville. Very yes, I that is true. Yes, it's very true. Right, Caraville, and as I said, people on their own channels can do what they want. Okay, I'm not here to tell other channels what to do. All right, just like there's people that have been critical of me about my channel and stuff, and have too many mods and things like that. So as I said, I'm not like saying that Anna wasn't censored or anything. I don't, it just, yeah, over here she could talk about what she wants to, but I said I'm not like here to tell other channels what to do. But as I said, over here y'all could, do as you please. It doesn't bother me. Okay, thank you, Mary. And it's not freedom of speech issue. There are consequences for, say, not everyone has allowed people to say anything they want in their channel. And Sam says she was joking. And if Alien decided right now we can't talk about oranges, and because he hates oranges, it's his choice. And Caravel says, Alien, yeah, they were spamming in all caps and using the N word. YouTube would come on them if they allowed it. Yeah, the N word's not acceptable. But I'm talking about if somebody was writing in all caps for no reason. Like if they're writing it for their friend to emphasize an emotion, or people want to use an emoji. Like people thought they could have cut down a little bit, but I never experienced it personally, so I don't really know. They're not bad to me. Or they weren't bad to anybody, I don't think. But people may have took them out of context. But I understand, Caraville, and I do think that there's a spectrum. Like people could do different extremes, and I think that in balance is key in moderation, in my opinion. So I do think Addie and her team did a great job. As I said, I don't know. People have criticism about them, but as I said, I had a good time with them. I had no problem with them. But yeah, like there's like a spectrum. There's really, really strict and not as strict. But yeah, saying the N word is wrong, and doing spam is also wrong too. So yeah, Caravel, I do agree with you absolutely. And there were so many trolls, Caravel, that came after Addie and them left that bullied us all the time and messed with us. It was really cringe. So it's nice sometimes to have a good mod in there. Like, Caravel, I'll see people troll people in there that are my friends, and like I know Addie and the mods would have taken them out. So I do miss the mods very much. I've also heard the other side of the aisle too. I've heard both sides, but yeah, I do understand your position. And funny thing is that trial chat 75% what's get removed by the bots. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. And Careville said that yeah, and YSL chatters were getting peed off the mods for getting timed out for their comments, getting deleted, and it wasn't the mods' fault. Yeah, and also with YSL, I love YSL trial, and I had so much fun with the people there, and it was wild and hilarious, and it was just, chat was going very fast. It was, uh, I really enjoyed that trial. It's an unpopular opinion. I love that trial and the people there, and we made so many jokes and roasts about the different people in the stand. But yeah, it could be uh, absolutely, certain situations the bots might take out different comments and stuff, filter comments and stuff like that. Yeah, but that's where the Timu thing came from. It came from the YSL trial when I was roasting. I did that as a method of roasting the enemy during YSL trial, and like the enemies of YSL that were on the stand, like Miss Love and stuff like that. And yeah, the Timu thing was perfect. And then Sheen came later because Miranda likes the Sheen thing, and so Timu Sheen. My instructive thoughts want to type in all caps now, but I'll hold back on it. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. And Careville said they were calling the law and crime corporate complaining about censorship. Oh yeah, I hear you. But I said I had a good time with them, but I hear what you're saying, Careville. And yeah, go for it. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, Careville, I hear what you're saying, and that may have caused the mods to get taken off the thing. Yeah. It was a passing thought. Thanks for the moral support. Or you're welcome. Yeah. And also, I think that it is absolutely there's different areas of YouTube you could say certain things. Like say here, people could talk about it. Or, there's different people political spectrums here, but we seem to get along well. There's people with different political views, but we're able to get along well. Where I was taught by people that did political commentary. All right, I was taught by different people. I learned different things. All right, so I understand that how it works, but no one's perfect. Sometimes chat can get into fights over different things, but I try to calm it down as best as possible. But yeah, when people are doing trial chats and stuff, I can understand because when you have a trial chat, you have people with different political views and stuff all in one place, and it could be people if they want to talk here they can, but some channels don't allow the politics stuff. That's true. And basically, with the trials, trials? As I said, I do want to say this though, that there could be a spectrum, right? You could have you could silence. You could go on a spectrum. Something bad. They could maybe people that are writing all caps that are not doing trolling could write it, but people that are trolling could not write in all caps. I think it depends on like a spectrum. Like I think balance is key in everything. I'm not telling anyone how to run their channels. I'm just saying about different theories about things. But yeah, people that have their own channels, they could do what they want. It doesn't bother me. But over here, they could do as they please because people like to talk about politics here. And as I said, was taught about political commentary that I was just interested in it. So we talk about it sometimes. Yeah. And monetization contract, a lot of changes. Actually, I am. Okay, it went out. Okay, it's gonna come back up. Okay, it's gonna come back up. It is going to come back up eventually. There I am. Okay, we're in the clear now. Oh, and like with me, I'm monetized technically, but I need a I set up the my AdSense account a certain way where it was a company instead of an individual. So I either have to get an LLC to verify my identity later, or change it to an individual, which takes a little bit of a process. So like I'm monetized, for instance, but it has been kind of the super chat thing has been paused because I have to go through the verification process. But I'm still part of the partner program. But basically, yeah, it depends with monetization. People think that certain words and stuff trigger people, but it depends on the circumstances, definitely, because YouTube does have certain guidelines and stuff like that to follow. But yeah, so it kind of cut off for a second, so I'm going to say I'm part of the program. I just have to verify my identity because I set it up the wrong way. But it's okay. It's no big deal. And basically, Sam says, wait, do we talk about Annabelle? Did the investigator die unexpectedly? Yes, Sam, the investigator died unexpectedly in his hotel room. That's what happened. And basically, reading further about the Annabelle thing, is that on Wednesday, July 16, the Pennsylvania State Police shared a report detailing what happened to Rivera on Sunday. So we have some more information about what happened. Oh, that's okay, Anna. We would have loved to have had you there. And over there at YSL, especially later on, you could say whatever you want. YSL. It was like a free, like a playground of stuff to say. It was wild. So you would have enjoyed it. Yeah, but a lot of people that are our friends did not go to YSL. But I like to because I like that stuff. I thought it was interesting to look at. Quote: Members of the PSP Gettysburg responded in a hotel township, Adams County, for a report on a deceased man. Officials said the decedent was discovered in his hotel room by workers. Nothing unusual or suspicious was observed at the scene. The agency added his cause of deletion is pending. Rivera had been with colleagues on Sunday morning, but said he was feeling sick and was going back on his room in Abrams County, Corner Francis confirms to people. So he said he got sick and he went back to his apartment, back to the hotel room, and it's unclear what Rivera may have been ill with. Further information is pending on his autopsy report. So we don't know what he was ill with. His autopsy reports are still coming out. But he felt ill and went back to his hotel room. According to Adams County dispatch records, emergency crews responded to Gettysburg Hotel where CPR was administered on a male in Rivera's age evening on Sunday report. Yes, our hotel room. Yes, absolutely. And at the time, Rivera was on the tour in Gettysburg to show Annabelle, which New England Society and Psychic Research described as a demonically possessed doll, which it is demonic. And according to Society, the doll's origins goes back to 1968 when a student nurse was gifted the doll and brought back home and where she lived with her roommate. Almost immediately, the roommate noticed the strange occurrence with the doll and that they introduced to a medium to the doll, and the doll was inhabited by the spirit of a young girl named Annabelle. To the organization wrote, quote, the two roommates tried to accept the doll's spirit and please it only to replicate malicious and violent intent. The society added that its founders, paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren, were called in and determined to Annabelle it was possessed. They took the doll from home and stored it in a glass box to contain the evil spirit. The story of Annabelle and the Warrens let the people development of the horror of the film franchise Conjuring. The Evening Sun reported. The newspaper also noted that Rivera helping generate interest for the tour thanks to viral TikToks on co-produced that generated millions of views. Rivera also served as a consulting producer on Netflix show in 28 Days, Haunting of IMBD. And you like to see, I forgot, you like to see the window, Sam, so I'm going to go and put this up so you could see it. Where is it? Let's go over here. And window, we're going to go to... Alright, so I forgot about that, so there you go. You could, there you go. Yes, Sam, I believe that Annabelle played a part in his death because there was a time where somebody was at the Annabelle Museum and the dude said to Annabelle to do her worst, and he died. He hit a tree, and he died. His girlfriend lived though. You see, she is not playing around. She means business. And Rivera's deletion was previously confirmed by the New England Society for Psychic Research in a social media post. According to the Society's website, Rivera worked on the paranormal research and investigation for over 10 years, and he was born and raised in Bridgeport, Con, and later served in the U.S. Army. Quote, at the early age, he was introduced to haunting phenomena, having witnessed paranormal events occurring in his home. In his bio read, which also stated that he was an expert in the rites and the rituals of Santeria. Yeah, Anna, you would have had a blast at YSL. That's where the Timu thing came from. Oh, you're welcome, Sam. And I remember like somebody called Woody Osama been snitching, and I'm like Timu love, you know. And then like they had this one African dude that was a police officer on the stand, and he was like, he saw where he saw the defendants and stuff, and I said that bro was having flashbacks when the goat roasted him in a rap battle back on the farm in Africa. Because there was a priest that we had that was in Africa, church from my mom would go to, and he was talking about the struggles of like when he was on the farm, and when the I guess village attacked him when he let a cow drink water out of the river where everybody else drinks water at. And I'm thinking like the dude on the stand is getting flashbacks when he got roasted by the goat on the farm back home, and it was hilarious. It was hilarious over there. Good grief. And continuing. The organization later shared a press release with People Tuesday on July 15, paying tribute to the late friend and colleague. Yes, Anna, that's true. Yes. The organization later shared press release with People on Tuesday. Okay. So, quote, New England Society for Psychic Research is devastated by his passing and is still coming to terms with the profound loss. Dan was not only a vital part of our team for over a decade, but also deeply compassionate, loyal, and dedicated friend. The statement read in part that, quote, his integrity, creativity, and generosity defined him. Dan's passion for the paranormal was rooted in a genuine desire to educate and help and connect with others. And whether, though the social media conventions or investigations with local families seeking understanding and peace, the society further added. We understand that Dan's work inspired fascination and curiosity for many, but above all, he was a father, developed husband. Yes, Careville. Yeah, Woody was. He was a riot. You know, he was telling when Miss Love was getting too close to him. He said, "You stank," and he was like telling her to go away, to back up, and she always would say sure, and like yeah, and for example, Anna, they asked him about how old was he, and he said he's grown, and he said what's your age? He said I'll plead the fifth. And he said, "You're gonna go to jail for a weekend." And then they ended the stream for the night. And he would say, "I don't recall, I don't recall, I don't recall." It was hilarious. And then the one time he came back, he was wearing a full Sunday suit, and he was just that was hilarious when Woody returned. And shout out to Shaza and the gang over there that I talked to at YSL. They were the best. It was so amazing. A very cool, great group of people. And yeah, and Careville says the judge got removed, lawyer got jailed with his client for like 3 weekends. And yeah, so with what happened with Brian Steele, he heard about something that was going on, a sequestered conversation, and he was going to hold him in contempt, and he told him to say who told him that. And he said he's not going to say anything. And Brian Steele said he'll die right now. And he said he wants to be locked up with his client. And he took off his jacket and his tie, and they brought him in the back. And he actually got out quickly. Brian Steele got out quickly, and he didn't have to be in jail. So he was not in jail for a long time. But Brian Steele's a trooper. He really was. Yeah, Careville, yeah. And Sam says, I work at a place where people practice Santeria. I walked up to work one day and saw the door broken into the bloody fingerprints. There was a dismembered dead chicken on my desk. Scared. Scared. Skirt. Wow, Sam, that's wild. That is a wild story. Wow. Yeah, I'm not. That is some like horror movie stuff right there. Oh, you saw a clip of my boy Woody. Yeah, hilarious. Developed a husband and loyal friend and someone who meant the world to those closest to him. Out of respect for his family, he kindly asked for the privacy as they mourn this tremendous loss, and they continued. In New England, society and psychic research added that it will continue its previous planned events for the remainder of this year, saying, "We believe with all of our hearts that Dan would have wanted to work to continue bringing people together and sharing knowledge and honoring the memory of Ed and Lorraine Warren. We will carry his spirit with us in everything we do." And in Gettysburg, stop for the Devil's Run tour was hosted on tour group Ghostly Image on Gettysburg, the Soldiers National Orphanage. In this past weekend, evening Sunday reported with finally tour stops in September. All right, so that is the information. To sum it up, they don't know what happened to him. He was feeling ill. He went back to his apartment. He went back to his hotel room and he was out and deleted. Carroll said, yeah, the judge had closed the door, meaning with the witnesses and the prosecution without the defense, and the judge was mad. He tried to force him to tell him who told him. Yeah, that's true. Because it was in the judge's chamber of secrets. Yeah, Steele was very, because I feel it was wrong, like what they were doing, because they're trying to get a witness to say something to get himself out of trouble. As I said, it is very shady, I think, with the state of Georgia. I thought it was a disgrace to our republic that the way they handled that trial. Because, I feel that they were innocent. People don't agree with me, but I feel that they were innocent. And they were just a rap group. And, they show a picture of people hanging out, doing, what's up. And they think it's a sign of a gang. They're trying to get Rico for everything. Yeah. It's wild. I remember they're showing these clips and stuff of cars driving by, and I was like, what on earth does this have anything to do with anything? And Shaza was in Australia, and she was talking about how she stayed up all that time to watch YSL with us, and I thanked her for being with us. This is the day before the verdicts for the two other ones came in, and I thanked her for being with us the whole time, and she said she wasn't going to leave me on this journey, and she put the little heart, the dark red heart that I like to use, and that was very sweet of her to tell me, and I'm glad that she and all the other people that watched it with us did it with, stayed with us, because I remember they wonder where I was, and there's a tug of war between the other people that watched the other trials that didn't like YSL and the YSL chat. They had a tug of war between me. They were both sides, if I was at the other side too much, they wondered where I was at. YSL wondered where I was at. The other side would wonder where I was at when I was at YSL. So I started watching both at once. So yeah, I had a blast at YSL. It was so much jokes and different pranks and stuff. It really was wild. I really enjoyed it. I remember I would outside and walk around and listen to it, come back in. It was the chat was all to myself. It was nice. Yeah. But I also like the other chats to the other groups as well. The main group as well, of course. We're with each other all the time. I like them. It's very cool. Yeah, and I remember when Thug took the plea deal and he was going to do better in his life and he got a second chance, and it was on Halloween. And it was wow, it was a deep experience. And the closing that Miss Love, no, I don't think Miss Love did the closing, but the other one did the closing. The closing was I'll have to react to it to y'all at some point. I'll do a reaction to it. It was so cringe. She went on for hours and she was hollering at the jury. She was like, "And you know what they're doing? They're a bunch of criminals, and it's Rico." And she was getting angry. It's scolding the jury. But then Charlotte was very calm. He talked about Martin Luther King Jr. He talked about when he remembers when Obama was elected, and the struggles his client went through. And he was very compassionate, and he made a good case why his client was innocent. And Weinstein also did too. He was also very brilliant as well. Weinstein's the attorney for the other defendant. Yeah, the ex parte meeting. Okay, so Young Thug took a plea deal. He plead out of it. And the other ones were found not guilty on the RICO stuff, but maybe somewhat guilty on some other charges that were minor. But they were free to go because they had time served and they were going to be off the hook. And so they're able to go home. So no, they were found not guilty and they were going to go home, but they've been found guilty on some minor charges. So that was the verdict. It was not guilty. Yeah, that's Young Thug, but the other co-defendants, they were not guilty with some other minor things they were guilty for, but they were time served and they were able to go home. And they're crying. They're getting emotional, and yeah, it was really a deep thing. And Careville says the next parte meeting is without the defense, and Glanville was like, "Who snitched? You better tell me." And Steele was like, "Nah," and his contempt attorney was there in minutes. Careville says, and Steele was like, "If you are giving me contempt, I want to be jailed with my client, so we can keep working while in jail." Yep, that's exactly what happened. It ended in 24. It ended in December of 2024. November, December. And YSL ending. I remember we had Christmas stuff everywhere. I'm gonna get you the exact date. December 3rd, 2024. Yeah, and I remember when I was the YSL trial was ending. There was all these Christmas blow up things. They're called blow molds. The blow molds. Yeah, it was
Blow mold.
a very beautiful scene. Yeah, I will say that I shout out to the we call each other YSL fam, and like what I'll do when I see the YSL people I knew, this is the symbol that we all used as a signal to each other. It was like our sign that we would use. This is the YSL fam sign that we all would use. When I see them in the child chats, I always like greet them with this. Yeah, Caraville. It started November 23. Yeah, the trial went on for a long time, over a year, definitely. Oh yeah, it was not April of this year. That could be, I don't know. You could say of a conspiracy theorist that could be a Mandela effect, or they think it was in April, but no, it was last year. I remember when it happened. As I said, it was very very sad because I was going to be missing my friends I was with for so long. Because sometimes people don't always come back to the trials. They're not regulars. They're just for one trial. But as I said, I miss them to this day, and I enjoyed every minute I had with them. And anytime they see me anywhere, they're always glad to see me, just like everybody else that I know. Yeah, yeah, but time flies. Time certainly flies. And I learned a lot, and that's where the Timu thing came from. It came from that trial. I used it there. And also now soon I will be ending it soon, the stream, just to give you a heads up as we ending the closing of it. I didn't realize the time. Wow. And let's see how long I've been doing this. Let's see. It was 3 hours. Wow. 333. Oh, 333. That's a great number. Amen. You know, I think I saw Prose being told her breath stinks. Was that Woody? Yes, and yes, that was Woody. Yes, that was Woody. That's Woody right there. Kadada would have loved this conversation. She loves Woody, which I do need to react to some of the Woody videos on here. Oh, Moki, I'm about to end it. I'm about to end it,
You don't
but
have to end it, Hansel.
I know I'm gonna end it soon. I was saying,
It's rainy anyway, and it's bad weather.
and we were talking about the Annabelle doll thing, and we're talking about YSL. My experience of YSL trial. I love that trial. And yeah, so with we're talking. So that was Woody. You know, that's a picture of him, and he was selling that the other one stank. He was saying that she stank. Yeah, and this was Woody and the court reporter. I have to fix this. Let's see. That's Woody and the court reporter. That she came back when on his first day back, and that's when he returned with a suit. Yeah, his clip on the stand is hilarious. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely hilarious. Which we are gonna react to at some point. Where I'll react to it. You see, look at the look on his face, man. He's like so triggered. Moki says that my Ellen Law and Crime thing says that the DP starts at 4 a.m. my time. Scared. Ski aired. Skirt. Look at Woody. He's not having it. He's triggered. Yeah, I mean, so with YSL, a lot of times it would go into the evening. It would last the whole day into the evening, and it was a lot. You know, I remember I was in the cat. I'll lay with my cat sometimes, and I'll listen to it, the YSL trial, and other times I'll be outside, kind of like walking around and listening to the YSL trial. We were always joking in chat that we always thought with the YSL chat that it was going to last for 100 years. We really thought that. We thought it was going to go on for many years, but it finally ended. And then I remember when Glanville was taken off the bench, and then oh, I paused. And then they replaced it, and she was a much better judge. She did very good. And Moki says she'll not be there that early. Scared. Yeah, that's him in his prison clothes. Yeah, his faces are priceless, absolutely priceless. Oh, there is an interview with Young Thug that somebody had, and Thug is like wearing like this like mask, and he's wearing like a sunflower thing, but it's not a sunflower. All right, I went out for a moment, but all right, I went out for a moment, but I'm back. I went out for a moment, but I'm back. Okay, so I'm back. We had a little bit of a issue for a moment, but we're back now. So Woody looks like the older guys than the guys in the trial. Yeah, that's true. The trial. Yeah, that's true. That's true. He looks older than the people in the trial. Yeah. And Carol said, like in Gregor trial, there were like three in the trolling saying that they were friends with the defendant when kids that they were friends with the defendant when kids, etc. Yeah, there's a lot of different trolls just trying to get attention and saying stupid things. I remember there was CJ Lopez, and she had. We used to have a lot of laughs, and there were. Oh, one time we were. One time we were comparing the different people to the movies, like Jurassic Park, and I say Gone with the Wind, and yeah, there was a lot of stuff that we used to. We also would like compare characters. Like we would say Harry Potter. We would say uh, the Hulk. We would all just like come up with all these different ideas and different characters, and then just like do that in the chat. It was like hilarious. And then I would meet different people that had their name as YSL or Free Thug, and I would just like say what's up, and we're all like friends. We don't even know each other, so it was just such a wow experience. And then like sometimes that trial would end, and we'd go over to the other trial, and be like all worn out, or sometimes they'd come over to our side and they didn't really stay for long. But yeah, I remember it would like the sun would be going down, and I would be like it would be evening, and then we would still be doing it. There was long nights. I remember a lot of times when during the YSL trial. Oh, I remember that Moki. I blame Oprah. That guy's all over YouTube saying that I blame Oprah. I've seen him in different chats, and basically what happened was I used to listen to ambient sound effects while I listened to YSL, and a lot of them I like dark stuff, but a lot of them were of a darker nature, and it really went with the atmosphere of it. And remember, I listened to it a long time. Like I remember focusing on it for long, hours and hours. People thought I was. Oh yeah, Kadata's around here sometimes, and also at the Law and Crime. She's also at Law and Crime. Reminds me of Flava Flav. Look at Woody. Bro's funny. Yeah, so that is like what we see with the so trial. I would listen to that ambient, and sometimes I was listening to two trials at once because the other people would miss me. Like the other trial group would miss me, so I'll go over there and I watch both trials at once. Yeah, and I'll also listen to the ambient music, and yeah, and sometimes why I saw it end early, and I would talk to. Sometimes I talk to like my family after it was like over, and then the other times what I would do is I would sometimes help the grandparents at the groceries or uh, see Mary Toodles and stuff, and then other times I would like research these video games I was interested in. So yeah, I remember that like it would end, and sometimes I would listen to it while I did other things. So yeah, I really YSL is a cherished memory. Sam said, "Oh, the YSL Woody boy or girl would be someone's TikTok content." Yeah, yeah. So a young thug was he did an interview about how he wasn't really bothered during the trial, and he has faith in God, and he knew he would get out of it, and he was saying that the jail. The interviewer said that he's real tall, he's bigger than a jail, and he said, "Yeah, he's bigger than a jail," and he didn't. I am back, everybody. I am back. It, you know, it went out for a second, but I'm back. And because he was basically saying that when he was in the jail, he was too big to be put in a jail, but God was able to put him in a jail and take him out of it to show him what he could do. And that is like it was inspiring what Young Thug said. That and God helped him, and he still kept his faith. And like Woody did some interviews. It was interesting to see. So yeah, I like the different interviews that the YSL people have done. Tasman seems to have gone to CTV. Okay. Moki said, "Who do you consider your closest trial chat friends?" Uh, with me, I'm friends with all of them. I don't really have like a. I see them as groups. I don't see them as one person. I see them as like a group. Like there's the main trial chat group, and I'm friends with them, and I'm friends with the other groups too. And Anna said, "Really, Moki, gotta pay for the court TV plus and CTV. Too much guest talk and host interruption." Yeah, I agree. Different strokes. Yeah, yeah. So seeing that Thug's story was very fascinating, and I remember Jen, she was one of the mods from the trial chat, and she basically said one time how well, she was with me a little bit before she left, and like one day my friend Nash or DeLeon came to over here to help do some stucco on the house next door, and I was and then like I went to YSL when it started, and Jen was there, and she was saying that oh the guy she was saying laud, that word I say, and that's where she taught me that. Because I've heard that word before, but using it in the trial chat, and that was before she left permanently. She was with me a little while before she permanently left, and because she was taken off as a mod, then she was with us for a little bit, then she just left the channel, and we're like, Lord, I'm scared. And Moki said Aaron's gonna start homeschooling, so we'll probably be seeing her less. Ah, okay. All right. And Anna says, Miss Mandy too. I think that kids went back to school. We'll see them more, Mandy. Oh yeah, there's people that I miss. Like remember, Pam was the main one that I talked to in the beginning. She was the one that got me to watch the trials all the time because I would go. I was there for Johnny Depp and I was there for Darrell Brooks and the different people. But what she really liked talking to me, and she wanted me to stay, to come more often. I'm like, you know what, I could do that, and I became friends with her. So this is how the friend group worked. So I talked to her and her friends. So that was Dwayne, that was Alexa Rose, and a couple other people, and like Kathy Smith and Ellie. And the group got a little bit bigger, and you have Mike Morrow and these different people. And sometimes we would pretend like we're different roles, and we would like do acting in the chat. It was funny, and we would pretend we're like different characters, and we'd have fun time with each other. And well, hello Beans, good to see you. And then what we would do is we would I would go there all the time, every day, and then more I got to know more of them, and the group got bigger and bigger. Then I added other people into it, and then we kept on adding different people. And then what happened next was, at some point the mods got taken out, and then some of them started leaving and going different places, but they still kept in touch with me. I remember Dwayne when he told me that he would not be going to Law and Crime anymore, but he still watched my channel, and he said I was always a nice, respectful, good young man. And it was like kind of the end of a journey feeling when these people were leaving, but something new happened, and Dwayne's here. He talks to me, and we see him at the different channels, and we started a new thing. And although there are trolls and there's still issues, I chose to stay at the trial chat because there's still people there that stayed, and I wasn't going to abandon them. And the main group is like Moki. You're part of that group now, and all those people that are group of friends was from that other group from before, and I wasn't going to leave, and I kept on expanding and growing on it. And yeah, shout out to Lynn and Tender Love. And yeah, that was something really you know big for me. So I just trusted, and I always say this, that I trusted the dots will connect in my future, and I became a very famous figure at the trial chats, and I'm very popular there, and I'm glad that I went back there and kept on going to it. Yeah, so say like Pam was the one that I talked to the most back then, but she's not there anymore. She's over the other channel, and Dwayne and them. And there's this other one that y'all don't know, Deanna. She's one that y'all wouldn't even know who that is. But yeah, you know, she was another one that I talked to. She was very sweet. She subscribed to this channel also. So yeah, so that is like some of the stuff I experienced. I had a lot of different stories about these trials. Yeah, yeah. Shout out to Pammy. Yeah. And Alien, Capri, Ken, Kadeta, Moki, and Alexa. Oh yeah, shout out to Capri. I learned so much about law stuff from Capri, and also I've learned a lot from G. Shout out to GSI. She's cool people. Yeah, G's awesome. And I said there's so many people to name. All of them. Like they're all great. Sam says, "Alrighty, I'm a hop off chat, but have your stream in the background while I clean. Hope y'all have a good night, Alien and chat. Thank you all for being open-minded." You're welcome, Sam. I'm glad that you appreciate the stream and that open-minded. You take care. And oh yeah, GSI. I knew her from the beginning. She was part of the main group, the original group. Yes. And Moki later came, and these other people, and like for instance, Kathy Smith isn't really around. She was there for one more year. Yeah, Joyce, 49ers, and 666, they came later. And yeah, with Kathy Smith, I learned. Her and I talked about the animals and stuff, and I used to like to talk to her. I still like talking to her now, but we talked about many different things with the trials, and she always liked to see me and hear about the cats. And she was with me that last year, 2024. She was there all the time, and I knew when it got towards the end, around December, I knew she was gonna probably leave it. Like, and although I still see her here and see her at the other channels, but yeah, I knew it was gonna be the end of her time at that chat. And I'll tell you, when they removed the mods, there was so many evil people saying that it wasn't like it was trolling, but not in a funny way. It was very not good, and we all were like in a little group with each other fighting off the trolls. And Princess Dot, yeah, she's awesome too. Yeah, and she's another one that's really cool. Yeah, she would, she liked to chat with me and the others, and we all were like a little group, a little the trial clan. Yeah. Yes, Moki, you're correct. Yes, I believe you're correct about that. Uh, yeah, and also Abby. Yeah, shout out to Abby too. Yeah, she's cool people. Yes, Carol, that is true. She tried so hard to keep the chat nice. Yes. Yeah, you weren't around for that. That's true. That was before your time. And sometimes with YSL, because the cat likes to cuddle with me, like lay on me, and like sometimes it's like a very long day, like from the start to finish, like from the beginning to the end of the day. Sometimes I would lay with the cat and I listen to YSL, and then I go back to the computer and see what chat's saying. And it was a very cool experience. So many, it said days and hours with these people with YSL. It was very cool, and we can manage without management. Yeah, there you go. Well, now that makes sense why Princess was always trying to mod. I was always like, why is she a chick policing a chat? And now, Princess. Okay, Moki. The reason why that happened was because there was a time when there was the mods were there, and when we had a very great civilization back then. I remember the time with Dwayne and Mike Morrow. We all were a group, and basically when they took the mods, although I do think that some caps is okay, some emojis are okay, completely removing the mods I thought was a mistake. And they had all these evil people. They were picking on people saying the N word. They were making fun of Princess for being indigenous or Native American. There's evil stuff people were saying. Evil stuff. It was bullying. And then we all got like in a group and we fought them back. That's what we're doing that entire time. Like when those mods left, it was like a bunch of jackals and hyenas attacking, like in Lion King when they attacked the Pride Lands. So yeah, and that's why she was protective of us like that, because of the attacks that were happening, and that really kept our group together. And you have to think of it like this: like we're a civilization or a village or some kind, and then we got attacked in a war, and we all like kept together, and we were able to overcome it. Now I kept requesting for Law and Crime all the time that they need to bring mods in. So eventually this year, Kathy Rusin comes, the director of it, and then you had the other ones, the Alexandra McDonald, who became a mod, and they finally kind of brought somebody in there because they wouldn't do anything about it. They wouldn't. It's like someone's like bullying someone. You gotta remove the comment. Like they wouldn't do anything. And yeah, Silver Fox is cool. People shout to Silver Fox. And Carabel said, yeah, basically it was like the core Law and Crime family that stood together and protected each other from the trolls. Right. Oki says, speaking of Joyce and 666 have birthdays on Friday. I'll try to lure Joyce here. Oh, yes, please do. Please do. And Caravel said, so when they would try to start Creup and you get 100 chatters taking them out, it worked well. Yes, for a while. Yeah, Silver Fox is still around. And basically the main group was very sweet people, very nice. And then one thing that I brought to Law and Crime is that I brought like people praying over something or praying for each other, and I brought that to the channel because it was more like an atheistic state. But we didn't talk about religion, but we prayed for each other, and things like that, and that was something good to see. All these people praying together from different political views and people different sexualities and stuff like that all in one place. That's something that I loved about the channel, is that you have so many people from different walks of life that would be enemies, but they became allies for that one situation. So that was something that I really appreciate about it. And for instance, we'll tell each other Merry Christmas and stuff like that, or Happy Thanksgiving. It was very cool, especially set in the earlier days before the mods got taken out. It was a different civilization. It was like it's like a society, a very good neighborhood with low crime. Then it became a ghetto wasteland of an apocalypse happened. Oh, it's like they opened up the floodgates. So the creepy thing is that all those trolls are waiting for the right moment to attack us. So Silver Fox got a 74 on her name now, And am I mistaken? Oh, yeah, there's two sword foxes. Okay. Yeah, but as I said, I liked for instance, the Gregor trial, and they had the cringe attorney, and as I said, I learned things from Caraville and the other attorneys there about different stuff, and I learned about random facts. Like, remember one time Pammy was talking about Egyptian musk. It was this type of fragrance. I learned about that. I learned all kinds of different words, and it's like it's a very networking is very important with people, and that is why it's something that I really liked about it. That was always pretty cool. Yeah, it certainly sounds like war. Yeah, definitely. And also, and I like talking to Remy, for instance. She was there during the earlier days, like before the mods were taken out. And one thing I liked about her was that she would pray, like if we like prayed over something, she'd pray, or she with us, or she would also say Merry Christmas to us. And that was very nice of her. And she's a different religion. She's a Muslim, but I appreciated her, you know, being cool with us in the chat and the commentary. I remember her from a couple like a year or two ago. She started to pop up. Now sometimes it seems that people have gotten in fights with her and things like that, and chat can get feisty. Uh, but I did, like that about the prayers. I think power of prayer is very important, even across religious boundaries. So yeah, that was another one, and said GSI was very cool with the different stuff that teaching me about the different law stuff, and she liked my jokes and my humor. She said always made her laugh, and Moki said she's mean to Moki. Oh, scared, scared. Yeah, I don't know. I guess like a lot of times when, and she was there during the time when people were being attacked a lot, and I don't know, like people react differently when they're like people are sometimes get stuck in beast mode, as the rappers say, and when people like they get stuck in like a war mode, some people just, I'm not saying this about Remy specifically, but like some people, like when they're attacked all the time, I got like this, people may always be like in a fighting spirit. Yeah, but as I said, I don't know her relations with other people of different fights she may have gotten into. I don't know about any of that, but I can only speak with my experience. So yeah, so as I said, it was very brutal during those battles that happened, and then but it's good that I had my buddy, where my friend Ross I talked to. He's always good with comebacks and things like that, and I'm good with it too. And him and I like to talk to each other like that, and it's good practice. And I learned a lot from him about that. And yeah, he's very good with trolls. He's not on YouTube, but yeah, I learned a lot from my buddy too. So yeah, I learned from different people and also my own self. So I do like my journey with the law and crime, the trial chat. And as I said, the way that I found the people in the very beginning was because of the Johnny Depp trial, where the Independent went out for a moment for just one day, and I was there for Law and Crime for a little while. It was an hour, under an hour, until the trial ended for the day, and I went back to Independent. But I went back to that, and as I said, Pammy, she was like, she loved my commentary on things, and she wanted me to continue. Yeah, and yes, that is true about Caraville. Yes, and I learned a lot from him. He's very brilliant, very brilliant. And Caraville said that Remy got mad over the Karen Reed. Oh, yeah, and oh, Remy too. Yeah, yeah. Shout out to Remy. Yeah, she's very funny. I remember it took her a while to find my channel when she was looking for it. Understood, Moki. I understand what you're saying. I don't know anything about that, but I think you're. I personally think, Moki, that you're great to chat with, and I have no problem with you, and you've not had any problems with anybody that I'm aware of. So I think you're cool, Moki. Yeah. And basically, with the there's so many names of different people that we used to chat with, Yeah, because I like how when the verdict's about to be read and we all get like excited. Oh, also shout out to Rebecca. She hasn't been here. She's here sometimes, but I think she has some other stuff going on. But yeah, Rebecca's cool too. And Sharon Kurland. Oh yeah, she's nice.
Sorry, Bubbles.
And oh, okay, you're not an attorney. I thought you were. So so Ken is the attorney, and you are a. I'm not an attorney, but that was Ken, but worked in financial crimes. Oh, okay, Carol. Thanks for clearing that up about that. And also, Moki says that the incident happened here. Oh, okay. Yeah, so there's so many people that are NPCs that we've talked to. You know, there's so many different people in the chat that we've talked to over time, and I met so many people there all over the place. It's so nice to meet so many people at one time like that. It's very cool. And Anna says, Remy's got mad at me before too, but then I talked to her and she's nice. Yeah, well, and I'm glad that you're able to make up with her. And yeah, just some people get along and some people may not get along. And you're understood, Moki. I understand. Now with the with YSL, I remember there's these times where you have somebody that's against the YSL group with that are on trial, and then we're all like having like a roasting battle with them, and sometimes we'd have rap battles. Oh, JRN and Nomad are very sweet, kind people. And yeah, JRN and Nomad, yeah, very sweet people. And Anna says Ray misunderstood me, but I straightened her out. Oh, understood. Yeah, yeah. Nomad is very cool because in Nomad, I love the little hearts that she sends. It's very cool. And I remember this one time. I was Mike Morrow, Mike and Pammy were in the chat, and it was like nighttime, and I learned about Pelosi's. Oh, Under a Rock is cool too. I remember Pelosi's method, not Pelosi, but Pasoli's method. It's this type of measurement where you take these pipes, measuring how liquid can go through the different pipes a certain way, and it was measuring how they're able to use Pasoli's method to measure when someone gets shot, how if there was a self deletion or a homicide. So that was something very fascinating I never knew about, and I went and researched Pasoli's method, and they use an example of like a fabric on the ground, and they got this big line, this big liquid, and they used Pasoli's method. And Mike said it was the most amateur example he's ever seen. And then Pammy was like, "It's the way they're trying to demonstrate to the jury about how the murder took place." And our Capri was there, and also Abe. Abe's a cool dude too. He's very kind, very kind. Under a rock bin, I don't know. Oh yeah, Gloria and Lynn, very nice. Yes, and also all the people that we have not named. Shout out to them too, because I don't remember. Mandy's nice, yeah. Omoki, I think you're cool people. Oh, it wouldn't be the same without you here. And hey, Todd, I'm Todd. I'm experiencing the tropical weather. It's been quite an interesting experience with tropical weather. And yeah, so that was like something interesting. You learn about different terms and different definitions to the trials too. Todd, what are you doing? It is late. Scared. Scared. So it is good that the YSL people were released because I don't believe that they were guilty, in my opinion. Although some of my friends thought that they were guilty, I'm just like, nah, they're not guilty. And she is up late. Oh, okay. Yeah, up late. Yeah, so that is basically with the situation. It's almost 10 here. I'm about to Z's. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and as I said, we're getting close to the end of the stream, but we kind of went a little bit longer to talk about some things. And yeah, Todd says Alien Flood Watch posted in New Orleans until Saturday. Scared. Thank you, Todd, for information. Yeah, and I think that it is a lot of these different trials. People get upset and about the situation, and we would kind of comfort each other and help each other out. It was a very deep thing. Yeah, it's a flood watch. Yeah, absolutely. It might have a Sheen Timu rainstorms come in, and that's why the connection to streams been pretty good. But it's had some moments where it went out. So yeah, that's why. And Todd, I hope you're having a good day, buddy. And it's always nice to see you in chat. It's 12:45 a.m. where you are. It's 11:45 a.m. 11:45 p.m. where I am. It's 12:45 a.m. over there. Okay. Yeah, on the East Coast. Moki says, if it start flooding, you put Mary Toodles on your shoulders and grab the cats and get out of there. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, exactly, Moki. Yeah, Moki's good people. Yeah, yeah, Moki. I remember she's always very sweet and kind to me, and was always interested in the alien stuff too. I really like the alien topics that we talk about. I'm glad she takes a keen interest in that. So that is something else very cool about her. I remember when she first came here, she brought the 49ers and stuff, and we had a very good time. And yeah, so I like her very much. Very cool people. I remember there was the other ones too that go here. There's Hamilton. There's a Hamilton too. And Moki says, Anna, yeah, thank you so much. It really does low key hurt my feelings when people are mean to me. But yeah, yeah, Moki, I would understand that. And as I said, I think that a lot of people just misunderstand things. But I think you're fine, and the channel would not be the same without you here. I like the commentary on the alien links you send me, and always very sweet. And Caribou said it was such a dumb misunderstanding too. Sadly, yeah. Because a lot of times, I think over time as people grow, hopefully, people can understand and not take things so seriously, and there could be over time there could just be more and more, not like emotionally reacting to things. I think it's very important. Oh, that's good. You talked to her the other day. I talked to her recently too. Thank you, Todd, for the information. Thanks. Thanks for the link. I'm gonna try to go look at it, but it could. Yes. I thought you were talking to me.
No, I didn't say anything.
Okay. Now you know what I've been up to the past few years.
I'm lost.
All right. Thanks, Todd. Whoa. All right. I'm gonna go read this new update about the tropics. All right, everybody, brace yourselves. Y'all can talk about whatever. It doesn't bother me. Now we're gonna kind of switch the screen so people can.
Got a lightning warning.
Okay, you got a lightning warning. Remember, the stream could go out possibly.
Well, no, it was like 10, 15 minutes ago. You just, stay inside.
Oh yeah, it's very dangerous weather. Unless you're doing some sort of storm chasing.
It's going to be like that tomorrow and Friday.
Tropical weather discussion. Tropical weather. Okay, so special features. Northeast and north central Gulf surface and radar observations indicate that the western moving broad, broad area of low pressure is located along the coast of Florida Panhandle near Panama City. The associate shower and thunderstorm activity remains disorganized and located mainly on the south and southwest than the center. This system is forecast to continue moving westward across the northern portion of the Gulf through tonight, reaching the coast of Louisiana by Thursday. If this system moves far enough offshore, the environmental conditions over the Gulf appear generally favorable for the additional development, and a tropical depression could form over the next day or two before the system moves fully inland and end of next week. Moki says hi to Mary.
Oh, tell her I said hi.
Right, Moki, she said hi.
I'm listening in the background.
And Anna says, I'm sure there was a lot of debate on the opposite side. I'm sure at YSL must have been like a chat boxing match every day. It was a chat boxing match. Absolutely. It was very fun, too. But yeah, it was a chat boxing match. Definitely. Similar to the Johnny Depp trial, or how that was. Regardless of the development, heavy rainfall could produce localized flash flooding over portions of the Florida through today. Heavy rainfall could also cause flash flooding for portions of the north central Gulf Coast beginning late today and continuing through by the Weather Prediction Center and your local National Weather Service office. The system has a medium chance of tropical cyclone development during the next 48 hours. Also during the next 7 days, please refer to the latest NHC tropical weather outlook. Okay, tropical waves. A far eastern Atlantic tropical wave extends from 08 north to 020 north with an axis near the 22 west moving westward at around 5 kT. Scattered moderate convection is observed from 0.8 N to north to 13 north between 19 west and 30 west. A tropical wave is in the Caribbean Sea with axis near the 62 west south and 20 north moving west at 10 kT. There is no significant convection associated with this wave. A tropical wave in the central Caribbean Sea with the axis near the 74 west south of 20 north. There is no significant convection associated with this wave and the monsoon through ITCZ. Oh. Oh, so basically, we have to kind of stay inside or be careful if we go outside when the storm comes in. The monsoon through enters at the Atlantic near 14N to 17 west and continues the northwest westward 10N 30W 07N 43W. The ITCZ extends from 0743W to 08N55W. Scattered moderate in convection is found from 07 north to 11 north between 48 west and 61 west. In the Gulf of America, please see the special features section of the AL93 over the Northeast Gulf. A broad area of low pressure invest in AL93 is centered over the Northeast Gulf near the 30 NAW6W and continues to generate numerous moderation to a strong connection over the southern Alabama, Mississippi, and SC, Louisiana, as well as the adjacent offshore waters elsewhere across the eastern Gulf and northwest Gulf. In 1016 MB, high pressure is over the central basin and is supported in a moderate to locally southerlies over the far northeast and northwest. Gulf northeast winds the same speed off the Yucatan Peninsula into the Bay of our sunlight moderate per altimeter data. Yes, there is. There is a lot of wind and rain coming my way. Scared. Ski-aired. Skirt. For the forecast invest, the AL93 is forecast to continue moving westward across the northern portion of the Gulf tonight, reaching the coast of Louisiana by Thursday. It is the system moves far enough offshore. Environmental conditions over the Gulf appear generally favorable for additional development, and tropical depression could form over the next day two before the system moves fully inland in the end of the week. Regardless of the development, heavy showers and thunderstorms are expected over the north central Gulf through Friday, and erratic gusty winds and rough seas will be possible near convection. There is a medium chance of formation within the next 48 hours. All right, in the Caribbean Sea. Please see a tropical weather. Okay. An elongated upper level of low extends from the central Bahamas southward across Cuba and windward passage. This feature is providing a lift to support the scattered moderate and convention over the Cuba and the adjacent northwest Caribbean.
NOPD can read that is ready for that.
NOPD boats, 18 boats operational with high wind water trucks ready. All generators tested ready. Operation underpass standby. Officials prepared 12-hour ships. NOPD coordinating with the NOHSEP and is ready to assist a refugee plan if it's activated. Okay. Thank you. Right, Toodles. Okay, gots to go again. Hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow, but sleeping. And remember, I'm in the west. She said she's west. Yeah. And okay, so Yamoki, Mary Toodles tells you good night. Also. Yamoki. See you tomorrow, hopefully. Alright, so the pressure is centered near the 32 north and 61 west and extends the ridge of westward to the North Carolina coast. The pressure gradient south of the ridge is forcing fresh, strong easterly winds in the seas of 6 to 10 feet in the central Caribbean Sea. South of 16 north, which the strongest winds and highest seas occurring off the northern Columbia. Moderate to fresh easterly winds and moderate seas are prevalent in the eastern Caribbean. Moderate weaker winds and slightly seas found elsewhere. Yeah, Moki said thanks. All right. For the fresh to strong trade winds, rough seas will occur over the central Caribbean, including through the westward passage. Through Thursday, as a tight pressure gradient prevails between high pressures in the central Atlantic to low pressures over northern Columbia. Strong E winds, rough locally, very rough night through Saturday morning, and pressure gradient strengths and further. Periods of near gale force winds will be possible offshore of northern Colombia and the Gulf of Venezuela each night and early morning into Sat. Winds and seas will diminish slightly Sat into early next week. Elsewhere, pushing moderate to fresh eastern northeast winds are expected in the Gulf of Honduras each afternoon and evening into this weekend, and otherwise, moderate to fresh trade winds and moderate seas will occur eastern basin into the next week. All right, the Atlantic Ocean. A cold front extends from the 3N3NW for 227 AW. Hilarious, Todd. Yeah, Anna, there's your crown. There you go. With no convention associated with it, the rest of the basin is dominated by an expansive subtropical ridge centered by the 10125 Bermuda High and 1023 BM Azores high pressure gradient between this ridge and the lower pressure associated with the passage of a tropical wave through the windward. A good night to you, Caraville. Take care, buddy. Thank you for. I appreciate talking to you and about the different trial stuff. Thank you tonight. It was very good. Windward passage is sustaining fresh to strong E winds and rough seas to 8 feet north in Hispaniola, and moderate to fresh easter lies elsewhere to 25 north over southwest in the Atlantic waters. Moderate weaker winds and moderate seas are elsewhere in the subtropics, except between the northwest coast off Africa to the Canary Islands, where the strong northeast winds and rough seas to 9 feet are present. Otherwise, moderate to fresh trades are ongoing between Antilles and 40 west. And it said to go get the chatters for Moki to get the chatters gummies. All right. For the forecast west of 55 west, moderate to locally fresh southeast are expected northeast to greater Antilles off the coast of Florida west of 75 through Thursday, and strong pressure gradient prevails between high pressure in central Atlantic and low pressure over the north. Columbia occasional strong winds into the early Saturday. Winds will diminish by early Friday north and the greater Antilles and Bahamas by the Saturday morning, and south north 20 north moderate to occasionally fresh trade winds and moderate seas will occur through the weekend. Thank you, Todd, for the update. All right. Okay, so with tropical storms, we always have to be like preppers here, to prepare for the storms and stuff that are coming our way. And it's very important for people to do that. And because, like, you never know how long things could be out or whatever. So yeah, we like to do prepping, definitely. All right. When hurricanes come, that's how it is. All right, so let's see. So here we go. All right, everybody. I'll be ending the stream. All right, and we've been live for about 4 hours and 30 minutes. That's awesome. That's awesome. All right, I have to get some stuff done, and I want to thank you all for being here, and I appreciate all of you on the stream. This was an amazing stream. It was nice, a great conversation for the hours that we've been together, and I hope everybody has a great evening, and hopefully to see you all tomorrow. And okay, good night to you, Todd. Okay, so we'll be ending it, and I hope everybody has a good evening. nice commentary, nice chat, healthy conversations with each other. And yeah, big tropical mess, definitely. You know, because the tropics can be a big mess in general. It'd be like a wrecking ball. You know? So I appreciate everybody. Anna and Todd and everybody watching, lurking, whatever. Good night to all of you. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, being with us, hitting the like button. I appreciate it very much, and the open conversations we have, and more to come. This great channel, and we will see what she says. And peace. I worked that time the first time I did it. Okay.